You always come through for me. Amazing God, oh, amazing. You always come through for me. Amazing God, oh, amazing. Amazing God, amazing God, oh, you always come through for me. Amazing God, amazing God, amazing God, oh, you always come through for me. Amazing. Mind-blowing testimonies, jaw-dropping miracles you do. Always have. What men call impossible is possible with you, oh God of possibility. You asked for a sacrifice, yet provided the sacrifice. Abraham knows what I'm
Oh, yeah, no, you will, my camera is off, but
amazing God, amazing God, oh, you always come through for me. Amazing, amazing. God, oh, you always come through for me. Amazing. You always come through for me. Amazing God, oh, you always come through for me. Amazing. You never leave me hopeless. You never leave me hopeless. Oh, you always come through. I hope my soul. You always come through for me. Freddie, you gave the Holy Ghost to comfort me, my comforter. Always come through for me. The footman in the fire, my lover, my defender. You always come for me. You asked for a sacrifice, became the sacrifice. Jesus, only you can do for me. Amazing, amazing God, amazing God, you always come. Even when the odds were against me, oh, you always show up. Even when the odds were against me, even when the odds were against me, oh, you always show up. You always show up. You're the best. In nothing.
Welcome everyone. Good morning. We are trying to get everyone in the studio. The studio seems to be full. We have people waiting outside. Just give me a minute. This is interesting today. So just give us one moment. Thank you so much for joining us. Yes, we are going to do it. We just have to, looks like we have to upgrade again, which is wonderful, and get going because some of our speakers are still outside and we have our MC is outside. She needs to come in. This is going to be fun. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Please try to come in again. I can see that So many people are outside trying to come in. And let us know where you're joining from. Happy African Women's Day. It's wonderful to have you in the room. We have so many VIPs, dignitaries who are trying to jump in. Yes, Dr. Fina is here from South Africa. I'm happy to see you, my sister, and my mentor is here, King Clyde Rivers. It's great to have you. I have Ambassador Karima is here. Wonderful. It's good to have you. My sister is here, Edina. Wonderful. It's good to have you, Dr. Esperance. I have my sister Maisie is right here. It's great to have you. We're going to do it. We just have so many people trying to come into the studio. This is amazing. Please do me a favor. If you have the main link, please try not to share the main link. We have to use it for the speakers. We have to use it for those who are receiving the awards. We just got the highest package. I hope that it can bring everyone in. Yes, watching from Botswana. It's great to have you in the house. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, everyone who is joining on YouTube, on LinkedIn. It is amazing. Of course, most importantly, is the day that the Lord has made, and we will rejoice and be glad that we are all here celebrating the African woman. So thank you for joining us. Give us a minute. I'm just trying to make sure that everyone is in. Like I told you, our MC is outside. She has to come in. Oh my goodness, this is interesting. So just give us 1 second. We're just going to listen to music for another 1-2 minutes while, okay, the MC is here. I almost had a heart attack. Okay. Thank you everyone for joining. StreamYard says we still have people outside waiting to join. Please just have patience with us. If you're receiving an award, you don't need to come in at this point. We love you, but let's deal with the speakers first. I really appreciate everyone. And please do not share the link if you're not a speaker. Don't share the link. We have other links for the public. This is going to help us. Please, please, please. And I know I have the best women in the house who are going to listen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome. If you're joining us for the very first time, it's the African Women's Day. We are ready to rock and roll. We're celebrating the African women. It's the 60th anniversary, 6-0. Isn't that a big year? Ah, listen, guys, Morocco is in the house. Look at that. A lot of people coming in from Nigeria. Have you seen Karima? She's right here. Guys, thank you so much for joining. Cameroon is in the house. Thank you so much. We had Patricia. Patricia is trying to come in from Cameroon. She was here before we lost her. I hope that she can come back in. If I haven't gotten you from on the screen yet, welcome, Coach Ida. It's good to have you from New York. Thank you so much for joining. If I haven't gotten you on the screen yet, just give me a minute. I'm going to bring you on. Yes, that's my Cameroon sister. Good. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's going to be a great day. And Any for me, are you ready to take us off? Rock and roll. Yeah. Can you hear me? Any for me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I've been trying to get in. It looks like the studio was full. Hi, everyone. Hi, Dr. Lewis. So you look so good as always.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm King Clyde. I can see him.
Hello, how are you?
I don't know everyone else. I'm good. So I know you from the flyers. I'm seeing everyone. And I'm seeing Tisala Hassa. I'm seeing someone saying hello, everyone from Kano, Northern Nigeria. Okay, keep it coming. Dr. Louisa was already at it, and that was amazing. I was like, okay, let me just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, you know. My name is Enifome. For those of us that are wondering, who is this woman? Who is this person? We've never seen her face before. Well, there is always a first time. My name is Enifome. I'm from the Isoko tribe of Delta State, Nigeria, and that's my real name. And I want to tell you the meaning of my name. My name means good things of life fit me. So that's why I love the name, because good things of life fits me.
And every time I get into a new audience, I just speak out the name as a prophecy. So because good things of life fit you too. If you receive me well, you receive good things of life, because that's literally the meaning of my name. So I'm really glad to be here today. Thank you so much, Dr. Louisa, for the opportunity. I'm super excited because today is the Africa Women's Day. Oh my God, I am excited. Like, women in the house. I'm sorry, men. We're going to be partial today. Like, women in the house, please. You know, there's something we say in Nigeria. Today is your day. Do shakara. Shakara means just, just give us some women, just do like this. Do something for women. Just anything, exactly. You can do like this, whatever. But today is our day, so do shakara. It's the African Women's Day anniversary. Yay! Celebrate yourself if you're a woman. Celebrate yourself. Just being a woman is enough celebration. It's you have to celebrate yourself. I love you all. I'm a woman, and that's why I love you. Isn't it obvious? But I love you because you've taken the time, to do extraordinary things. You've taken the time to be here today. I celebrate you, Dr. Louisa. Again, if you didn't do this, we won't be here. Thank you for the vision. Thank you for everything. And I love the fact that it's the 60th. 60th is very, very, very symbolic. I was thinking about it, and what came to mind was arise and shine. I'm Christian, so permit me to quote Isaiah 60. We are in the 60th anniversary, and Isaiah 60 is what I'm just seeing. Woman, it's your time. You have to arise and shine. There is no better time than now. It is women o'clock. It is our time. The whole creations of God have been waiting for us. It is our time. 60 and 60. I mean, what better time to tap into Isaiah 60? So nothing is going to hold you back anymore, because you are at the 60th anniversary of the Africa Women's Day. It is symbolic, and it means something really amazing. So please, can you do me a favor and give yourself a hug? If you're a woman in the house, give yourself a hug. Sometimes we wait for people to celebrate us. Celebrate yourself. Give yourself a hug, because you deserve that hug for standing strong, for standing tall, and for being here today. Okay, so Dr. Louisa already said, asked questions about where we're from. So I don't know if we're going to go back there, but I still want to see it. I want to know your location. Where are you joining from? I can see Karima from Morocco. I can see Macy from Germantown, Maryland, USA. Just type it in the comments. Where are you joining from? What are your expectations for today? I can tell you I have expectations. I have a book. I always write, whether I'm moderating, I'm emceeing, I'm speaking. I take notes from everyone, because knowledge is something I do not joke with. So I can tell you that I'm ready and I have expectations, but I want to hear your expectations. What are your expectations? I can see Onyinye from Leeds. Hi, Onyinye. All right, keep it coming. But I want to know, what are you expecting today? What are you expecting? Because you can see the lineup. Dr. Louisa is ready. King Clyde is ready. The speakers are ready. The panel topics are hot. Like, honestly, today, go get yourself a bottle of water. If you haven't gotten one, just go get yourself some drinks. Just keep it by your side, because you're going to need it. Today is going to be hot. All right? I can see Idongesi Peter saying, I expect to win Africa after today. That's the spirit. Keep it coming. I want to read from you. Mary Linda is saying, Happy Africa Women's Day. Yes, it's our day. We're going to do shakara. Okay? I can see Nana saying, hello, you gorgeous ladies. Keep it coming. I want to read your expectations. I want the speakers to see it. I want Dr. Louisa to see it. I want King Clyde to see it. I want them to see your expectations for today. You see, expectations are powerful. When you bring your expectations, it has a way of just making everything, the energy and everything. We really, really want to see it. Okay, I'm seeing someone else. Please, if your name is showing Facebook user, you would have to give permission to StreamYard. Otherwise, I'm going to be referring to you as Facebook user, and I'm sure you don't want that, okay? So please give permission to StreamYard. I can see Beth Maranga from Nairobi, Kenya. Okay, I can see Chika's Kumle. I expect to rekindle my fire to arise and shine. I love it. You are in the right place. Keep it coming. I expect to see a more inclusive Africa after today. I love it. Keep it coming. Keep it. I'm going to be reading from you just before I bring back Dr. Louisa. So please keep it coming. I can see someone says, I'm joining from Kenya. Keep it coming. I want to read from you. Really, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. Keep it coming. Dr. Louisa, please permit me to just read the expectations before I bring you back in. I just want to do that very quickly. I want us to save time and follow everything as it's supposed to be. But I really want to know what the audience feels. What are they expecting? Beth is saying thank you. Thank you. Okay. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. I see no more expectations, but thank you to those who shared. I'm going to be handing over to Dr. Louisa to just very briefly tell us. You see, Dr. Louisa is passionate about two things. I've known her for a short while, but I can tell you two things about her. Okay, let's say three things. Okay, so one, she's passionate about God. Number two, she's passionate about Africa. Number three, she's passionate about women. Am I saying the truth? Am I saying the truth? Do I have witnesses in the house? Those three things, when you call them, you call Dr. Louisa, she'll say present. Like her passion is palpable. You would feel it, even if you didn't have a passion for Africa before. At one, if you encounter her once, you will just catch the passion. And I can tell you that she has a lot to say to us today about this particular special day in the day of Africa. It's a good day to be a woman. And I know that she's ready to say what this is about and tell us a lot of things about the organization. For those of us who are looking at her and wondering for the first time, also wondering, okay, what is the Women Who Win Africa about? I will allow her to just come in, but please, I need you to know that you have to subscribe to our YouTube channel. I don't know where you are joining from, but it's so imperative that you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Oh, someone is saying, Dr. Louisa, I know you have fans here, but they're really, really representing in the comments. I can see Chika saying, oh yes, I'm a witness. Yeah, we love it. We love it. She's very passionate. Okay, yeah, your fans are in the house. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, yes, because we have gentlemen in the house, we have to acknowledge them. I would like to bring in the one and only image maker, the one who is passionate about Africa. The when you speak of branding, when you speak of brand, when you see her, you see brand. Everything about her charisma and everything. She is a leader. And everything she's teaching is who she is. It is very evident. Please, I want you to drop the emojis in the comments, the fire emojis, the clap emojis, every emoji you can find to appreciate this wonderful woman that is a gift to Africa in the comments as she takes over the microphone. The next voice you're going to be hearing is Dr. Louisa. Dr. Louisa, I'm sure you can see the comments. Over to you.
Whew. Thank you so much, Annie, for me. I have to just kind of hit it up to what you brought on this morning. Thank you. Thank you for the fire. I'm going to have to say a big thank you to everyone that's joining us from different parts of the world. It is such an honor and a blessing and a privilege to be here with every one of you. And I also want to say a big thank you to all of our speakers that are here with all your busy schedules. I mean, everyone here is an authority. Listen, guys, you need to hang out with these people a lot more often. You need to listen to them. Everyone here on the screen is an authority, and it's such an honor to be in your presence. And Ifeoma said so much, and thank you for what you shared. I wish I could say that, but I would say that without these people who are here, I'm really nobody without them. The famous African saying, Ubuntu, I am because you are. And I want to say a special thank you to my mentor, King Clyde Rivers. Guys, I don't want to get started talking about my mentor because we won't finish today. But thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All of the great people in the comments. Ambassador Chikas, thank you. Thank you for everything that you do. Motayo, thank you so much. Rosaline, all the countries that are represented, Africa, South Africa, Gambia, Cameroon, Morocco, I can see Nigeria, Tisala, Hadassah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for all the love. Just eBay Company right here on time. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're just going to jump right into what we have today because there's so much lined up for today. And I do hope that I have some time to talk about the organization. But first of all, I just wanted to welcome every one of you to this prestigious event, the African Women's Day, that's brought to you by the Women Who Win Africa. And if you're just meeting me for the first time, my name is Dr. Louisa Akaizo, and I am the founder of Women Who Win Africa. And all of the protocols observed here, we have so many dignitaries. I don't know how StreamYard is going to cope with me because I have people who haven't come in. StreamYard, they're going to have to make an exception for me. Listen, when you have an African woman having an event, there has to be a special package for an African woman because we always have too much. We bring on so much. We have so much dignitaries that are coming, royal kings, queens, the CEO of the Royal Office in Dubai, and of course, Her Excellency, the First Lady of Benue State, and all of the VIPs and special guests. You are welcome. And in the spirit of togetherness, I just want to encourage everyone that is here. Listen, you don't want to take this alone. Share this video or whatever link that you have with every woman around you, everyone on your page, your neighbors, your friends, your enemies too. This is going to help to transform them. So you want to bring everyone to the room. Now, let me inform everyone who is here joining us, who'll be listening later on, that this is a wake-up call. It is time for the African woman. The African Women's Day focuses on spotlighting the legacy of the African woman, and it aims to honor each and every one of us, the visionaries, because of our bold and pioneering historical achievements and contribution to Africa and the world history. It is very crucial for us to spread this awareness about the African Women's Day and its significance because of the distinctive nature of our history and the roles played by the African women throughout it. This year is the 60th anniversary of the African Women's Day, and I am beyond thrilled to not only join all these powerful and exceptional women leaders and men all over Africa, both home and abroad, to celebrate every African woman. You deserve to be celebrated. So let us give every African woman that you know a round of applause. Let's just take a minute and give every one of us a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. The African woman is beautiful. She is powerful. She was born a leader. And she will not tamper down at the face of any challenges that the world may push on her. A round of applause again for the African woman. African women, I can see people clapping in the comments. Thank you so much. So please do me a favor and tag any African woman, any woman that you love in your network, anyone that you know that deserves to be celebrated. Share this video with them. Invite them to be part of something greater that we are starting. This is a movement, and together we can make things better and create the difference. Now, this year's theme made me smile ear to ear. The unsung heroines of the Africa that we know. And I believe that for us to step up this narrative, it will help to inspire and communicate our relevance and the role that we play in the development of Africa to the younger generation and to the world at large. Last year, we had a roundtable on closing the gap for effective women political participation. And of course, we did justice to the topic. That roundtable was headed by the African Union Ambassador, from the United States. And I'm happy to say that we had 3 women from our network that ran for office this year. To intensify this campaign of spotlighting the legacy of the African women, we have also launched an African women show that is titled Sawubona. And that is a Zulu word which means I see you, I honor you, I celebrate you, the African women. And I think this is extremely so important that you are part of this platform as we showcase the stories, the journey, and the achievements of the African women. So be sure to stop by at our YouTube channel at any time that you have and nominate a woman that is doing amazing work to the advancement of her community. We'd like to bring her in, interview her, and just learn about what she does. So to kickstart this event, permit me to celebrate every African woman who is live here, who would be watching on replay, who is connected to us, who would hear about us later. Sawubona. Thank you so much. Over to you, and if for me. We have to bring Anifumi back on the screen. Perfect.
Awesome. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's so beautiful to be here. I'm really looking at everything that Dr. Louisa has shared, and I'm like, everything you've shared is what it is. We are in the season of Africa, and you know, the woman is beautiful. The African woman is beautiful. The African woman is amazing. The African woman is wonderful. And I'm glad that we are celebrating ourselves today. Thank you so much, Dr. Louisa, you know, for just giving us the information about what Women Who Win Africa is about and everything. I'm sure it's time for us to, so my network took me off. I didn't hear what you were saying, but at some point I heard you say Sawubona. I would like you to kind of reiterate on that. Do you want me to introduce Sawubona? I'm asking because my network threw me out and I had to come back in. That's why I left the stream.
Yes, just because of time, we can't go to that, but
Okay.
we will share a lot more information about that later on.
Okay. Okay, fantastic. Okay, beautiful. King Clyde is there. King Clyde?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir, from Nigeria. Yeah, I'm sure you're seeing me for the first time.
Very good to see you, yes.
Yes, same here. I just wanted to acknowledge you again. Okay, so it's about time for us to go into our first speaker. I think that is the time. I'm so sorry, I was logged off, so I might need to. Okay, yeah, bring him on. Okay, fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Louisa. Okay, so King Clyde, I'm right on track. It's time to bring King Clyde in, and you already know King Clyde, especially if you are an old member of the house. But if you don't know, I'm sure you heard from Dr. Louisa that he's her mentor. You can see his smile, and I'm sure with his smile, you already know why he's a mentor. He's an amazing person, very humble. You can feel his humility from the airwaves, and I know that it's time for him to speak, and I'm sure that the media team already has his profile. So media
King
team,
at large
I
and
want
paramount
you to
chief of Ikomfi Kutua traditional area in the central region of Ghana, the global civility ambassador and the founder and president of I Change Nations, a golden rule civility organization that promotes global statesmanship. He is the ambassador at large for the Republic of Burundi, co-chairman with the Congressional Prayer Conference in Washington, D.C., and acting representative to the United Nations for the Interfaith Peace Building Initiative. Dr. Clyde's candid knowledge of God and government come from his numerous consultations with top-level officials around the globe. He holds a Doctor of Divinity from Latin University of Theology and a Doctor of Philosophy from United Graduate College and Seminary International. Let's make welcome Dr. King Clyde Weavers.
Man, thank you so much. Man, what an honor to be here. Dr. Louisa, you are such a pioneer. And if I can encourage you, men in Africa need to stand up for the women in Africa. We can no longer allow women to have a back seat. And what I'm going to share with you is this. One of the things that I believe Africa needs is, I think Africa needs to establish a woman Nobel Prize for Africa and stop waiting for everyone outside to come and acknowledge us inside. We will establish our own awards. We will award our own people. And as we award, see the power of the culture of honor is this. And please, I want to challenge you for a second. I can't think of 10 African women that the world know. How come? Because we haven't put them out there yet. Whatever you praise, they will practice. So what I love about Dr. Kaizo and this day is she's establishing a culture of honor for the African women. Now, we have to take these matters into our own hands because the oppressor will never let the oppressed go free. The oppressed have to stand up, rise up, and you have to create change. And if I can encourage you, stop looking for other institutions to produce what's in your heart. What God gave you is patent from heaven. Nobody can steal your God idea. So if I can encourage you, dream your ideas. Women, you are leading the way at a whole nother level. I would love for the world to actually know the African woman. The African woman is not powerful in Africa only. They're powerful around the whole globe. The Africans in diaspora are making impact everywhere. But watch this. No one can tell your story like you. I encourage every woman that is doing something great, establish your own media. Never let another person tell your story. They don't know your heart. They don't know your mission. And I'll tell you this, what I've been able to do in the world with World Civility, I've crafted my own narrative. Let me tell you how to lead. Now, in the business arenas, you have to establish your own stage and let people onto your platform. When you establish your own stage, I've established a World Civility stage, and I have people from all over the world on that stage. So if I can encourage you, stop looking to be on the stage, create your own stage, and know when to leave the stage and let other people in. We can change the world's image of Africa in one generation if we build the right stage. And Dr. Louisa Kaizo is that person that's building a stage. Next year, Dr. Kaizo, I want you to establish, and I will endorse it with I Change Nations. I have a company that's the world's largest culture of honor organization in the world. When I first came to Africa, I saw great people that no one recognized. And I said, we have to change the narrative. We have to recognize, Dr. Kaizo, let's establish an African Woman Award that is like the actual Nobel Prize for African women. I will endorse it. We'll put that thing in the media and we'll tell our own story. We'll create our own narrative, because hear this, never let your enemy educate your kids and never let your enemy tell your story. So I'm here to encourage you. And I want to tell you, we are in front of some of the most amazing women in the world. And hear this, it's more than money. It's more than money. After you pass, people will remember what you put in them, not what you bought for them. So make sure your knowledge lives on and on and on. And don't be afraid to actually write books. And please, you're an original. Don't die a copy. And please, if I can encourage you with this very last thing, sometimes as you're around people of influence, you have to put on number one. You have to put on number one in you. You may be on the inside, shaking with fear, but put number one on. Rise up, look them in the eye, shake their hand, and explain your narrative. You are the leaders of the world, and African women, there's one African king that'll stand up and fight for your rights to be equal, to have an equal place on the platforms of the world. And we will establish a stage so every young African woman, every African woman can walk on a stage that's created by someone that looks like her. Thank you so much.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please drop the emojis. Like, wow. Wow, 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 wow. I can see your comments. A suitcase and a dream. Like, wow. I've been holding myself from screaming like, Enifome, compose yourself. Enifome, hold yourself, because I love the energy. I love everything. Look, it's his passion for women for me. Like, do you feel that way? When he's speaking, you feel like the most important person in the world. Did you feel that way? Please drop it in the comments. What is the one word you're taking away from his session? What is the one word you're taking away? Like, honestly, oh my God. What is the one word? I mean, when he said that the men have to stand up for the African woman, I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And then he spoke about, we have to celebrate ourselves. He said, create your own stage. Oh, good. Then he spoke about the power of honor. Please, let's honor this noble man. Let's honor him in the comments. You can tell that many noble men, there are not many noble men. We have just very few that can just look at a woman and not be intimidated, but instead support her. I mean, Dr. Louisa has rolled on his wings, and now in case you've been wondering, who is this King Clyde? Who is this person? I mean, everything he said, that's why he's a mentor. Create your own stage. Keep it coming. Type in one thing you're taking away from his session. I want to see before I bring in our first speaker for today. Become an original. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. I want him to see it. I mean, that was so awesome, sir. Wow. Wow. It was lifting. I can see you don't get it saying it was lifting. Like the energy just changed. I don't know if you felt it. It was like we were in the heart of Africa. It was like the whole Africa, the energy from everyone just gathered in the room when he started speaking. That was amazing. He said, someone is saying, be original and honored. You are an original. Don't die a copy. Oh, yes. Once men start to see women as partners, then we will thrive. The support from a few men such as him is amazing. I cannot be replicated, is the way she said it for me. I love your comments, Ellen. Be the original. Thank you so much. Wow. Oh, wow. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to pack my things and come to Women Who Win Africa. I'm just going to come here and pitch my tent here. Honestly, because, oh, wow. Oh, like, wow. Honestly, the energy here is unbelievably amazing. I can feel the love, and love is really a universal factor. I can feel it. I felt it when Dr. Clyde was speaking. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being at the background. Thank you for, being, there's this thing that, I'm sorry for those that are not Nigerians. There's this woman in Nigeria called Real Worry Picking. She's a pigeon. She speaks pigeon, and she says things like, I dare your back like hunchback. Right? And I can see that Dr. Clyde, day Dr. Louisa back like hunchback. I'm sorry, I have to speak pigeon, but that's how he's doing me. That's how he's doing me, you understand? And I just have to let it out there, all right? Thank you so much. Okay. Wow. I wish I can just continue reading the comments. Dr. Louisa, can you see the comments? I wish you can just continue reading it. It says, tell your authentic story. Don't be a fake. You see me? This is who I am. I can come here and say, oh, hi, everyone. Oh, my name is... Yeah, I can't. I won't be able to. If even if I try to, the fire will come out because that's who I am. That's just me. And I love the fact that I can be me. I can be me in the Women Who Win Africa space. I love it. Thank you so much. Be you. Be your authentic you. Woo! I love it. Thank you so much. In fact, let me calm my fire down. Let me calm my fire down. All right. Okay. Calm down. Calm down. I'm about to bring in our first speaker, and she's an amazing woman. Honestly, I would just allow the electronic introduction to tell you who this woman is. But ladies, we are talking about audacity here. So just in case you've been suffering from timidity, just in case you've been dealing with imposter syndrome and all those nonsense like village people and those kind of things, sit tight.
Oh dear.
Get ready to listen to our first speaker. The next
business woman, medical doctor, public speaker, public speaking coach, and poet in Namibia. She graduated from the University of Namibia School of Medicine with a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery. She went on to obtain a Master of Business Administration degree from the Management College of Southern Africa, Mancosa, in Durban, South Africa. She also has qualifications in communication and public speaking from the University of Rochester in Rochester, New York State, United States. In February 2022, she won the Commonwealth Point of Light Award for offering 44,000 free online consultations to people during coronavirus pandemic. Let's make welcome Dr. Esperance Lovindal.
Hi, good afternoon. Can we all hear me? Can we just show by an indication of hands if you can hear me? I know we have people from all over the world. I see some hands there. It's such an honor to be here. During the introductions, it was amazing to listen to everybody speak from Nigeria, from Kenya. I myself am from Namibia, so we really do have a full house today, and I'm very excited to be here. What I planned is very short, straight to the point, but I like what the MC was saying when she was speaking earlier. She said, we're going to deal with people that suffer from timidity, which is very interesting for me because when I was talking to Dr. Louisa, she asked me and she said, what would you like to talk about? And I said, well, what is the theme of the conference? And she said, audacity. And I said, that's it. That's the theme of what I'm going to speak about is audacity. And when we talk about audacity, I know that for a lot of people, including myself, a lot of the times we think, oh my goodness, it's going to be cliche. It's just going to be a bunch of women telling you to believe in yourself, telling you that you can do it. And I know we've heard those things so many times. So I promise I'm not going to be cliche. There are three things that I want to talk about today. And I'm going to be quick, straight to the point, but I wanted to try and remember these points because these points have changed the way I see not only myself, but the way I see life, and they have affected the way in which I carry myself and carry myself towards a certain future. So the first thing is, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and I was talking about how as women and as African women, we've come to a place where we are beginning to realize what we have and our worth. Now, you must understand that that was not happening before, right? So we're getting to a place right now whereby women of all ages are starting to understand, particularly African women, they're starting to understand what they have. They're starting to understand the gifts that they have, the talents that they have, and how they place in this diverse planet and how worthy and worthwhile they are. So in short terms, people and women like myself and every single one of you are very quickly realizing how much value they have. That was not happening before, because if you understand the African term and history in general and how women used to operate in previous years, in Africa, women were in a place whereby they were not able to speak up for themselves. They were in a place whereby they were not able to, whether it be study, where they were not able to say, look, yes, I love being a wife and I love being a mother, and there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, I have goals. I have a certain goal that I would like to achieve, and I have dreams, and there's nothing wrong with that. So there's a transformation, number one, in the mentality that has taken place, because women are now starting to realize that it's possible to be a good wife and a good mother, but it's also possible to be a driven career woman at the same time. So there's that shift taking place, which was not happening in the beginning. And then one of the things that we are beginning to realize is the importance of making sure that when you get to the grave, whenever that is, you get there empty. Now, this is a conversation that I have with a lot of women, young women and older women, because we have the conversation to say how much is too much. Right? And that's a very important conversation to have, because a lot of the times as a woman, you get into places where you get told, well, you can be educated, but not too educated. You can study, but don't study too much, because then you will intimidate people, or you will intimidate men, or nobody is going to want a woman that is too qualified. But now women are coming to a place where they are beginning to slowly realize that the best way to live out my purpose and my potential is to make sure that as soon as I get to the grave, whenever that will be, God willing, 10, 20, 50 years, I get there empty. Someone said something important. They said the richest place in the world is the graveyard. And that is a statement I have not agreed with more in my entire life. Because people have potential, and it sounds cliche, but it is the truth, because the majority of us, if we're honest, our parents, our mothers, our fathers, our grandparents, our great-grandparents were always in a place whereby they would pass away. And whenever their life story was being read, you would never be able to fully say that they were able to achieve everything that they wanted to do before they reached the grave. And so when we talk about women who win Africa, it would be a huge injustice to talk about winning without talking about the fact that in order to win, you have to dare to be abnormal. Because when you become driven and you tell yourself, well, I don't want to go to the grave full, and I don't want to go to the grave with anything that was deposited in me, whether it be talents, whether it be in terms of gifts, whether it be in terms of what you do on your day-to-day basis, the point there is to say that, well, look, I want to be driven, but a lot of women are not willing to do it when they become abnormal. Now, what does that mean? It means that people are willing to be outgoing. They're willing to be overachievers. They're willing to fight for their rights. They're willing to do everything that they have dreamt about becoming. However, when society starts deeming them to be abnormal, it becomes a problem. I can tell you one thing, every single thing that I've ever done in my life that has either gotten me, whether it be an award, that has gotten me to a point of recognition, has been things that I've told myself, I don't mind being abnormal. And if you are in a position whereby you want to win, you need to get to a place whereby it's okay for you to be abnormal. It's okay for you not to fit in. It's okay for you not to have 30 friends, 50 friends, 40 friends, because people say this all the time without understanding the realization of it. But the more you climb, you need to get to a place where you not only understand your calling, but you better understand yourself. And I understand myself to a point where I understand that if I want to win, if I want to excel, I need to do the abnormal, whether it be in healthcare. I need to do the abnormal, whether it be as a public speaking coach. I need to do the abnormal, whether it be as training young managers. I need to get to a place whereby I no longer accept the normal. And so everybody is okay with discussing how to win and how can we succeed and how can I be the best lawyer that I can be, the best accountant that I can be. When we talk about being abnormal, and that just means that you're not getting the applause that, you would want to get. And every single one of us, when you're trying to elevate and you're trying to get to a particular place, whether it be in your field, there gets to a place whereby the applause stops. And that is the most sensitive place for any, and that is not just for women, that is for men, because I'm aware that we have some men with us here today, getting to a place whereby the applause stop. Now, a lot of the times that is the make or break, because that is going to be the difference between getting to the place where the applause starts again. So when you start in the beginning, there's not going to be applause, right? And then you get to a place where people start clapping for you because they say, okay, fine, maybe you're good at what you do. Maybe you're doing something worthwhile. But the key part is, if you are to break into a place whereby you now win, which is what we're talking about today, women who win, you need to be able to withstand that period in time where there is no applause, where nobody's clapping for you, where nobody is seeing what you do. You're doing good, you're doing amazing, but it doesn't seem like people are seeing it. People are appreciating it. If you can break through that period of silence, mentally speaking, there's absolutely nothing that can break you down, right? So very much in conclusion, I spoke at the Africa Women's Summit a little bit earlier in the year. I believe it was in April. And that's actually where Dr. Louisa and I met. And at that summit, I spoke about how women need to get to a place where they understand the importance of parasitic relationships. Now, parasitic relationships are very important when you talk about women winning, because for so long we have been told that another woman that is doing well is a threat to me instead of a way to empower me. Whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter where you come from. The truth of the matter is, we are taught from a very young age, not necessarily verbally, but culturally, that we see another woman as a threat. And because of that, it takes a different sort of mentality and a different sort of nature to say, I see that Dr. Louisa is amazing at nonprofit organization managing, or she is amazing when it comes to empowering women, right? Instead of being intimidated and instead of being threatened by her, let me rather say, I am going to draw near to her to see how can I be a parasite and learn as much as possible from this woman that has proven herself to be strong in a particular field that I feel I am still trying to master. That's very important, because for myself as a woman, I have gotten into places where women have thought to themselves, okay, she's a threat, or she is, and I automatically come to them and I say, well, I think that you are an amazing leader, and I'd like to sit down with you so that I can learn from you. And immediately when you do that, you see this realization that comes to their mind where they say, wow, okay, I think you are really confident, doctor. How can we learn from each other? So it's a mind shift that needs to take place, whereby people need to learn, women need to learn to understand that in order to win, you need to stop seeing the women that are winning around you as a threat and rather begin to see them as a step. If you have a house with steps, right, in order to get to the next step, you need a middle step. Okay? Which means that at every single step, there needs to be some sort of a support system. And that's how I see women that are excelling, women that are winning. I see them as a step. And if every time you see a woman that is doing well, you see her as a step, it automatically makes it better for you to achieve your goal. Because a lot of times as women, we are just told, focus on your goal. What is it that you're trying to get to? How can you get there? But they never talk about how you can utilize the women that have made it before you in various fields to step closer to your goal, to your destiny, to where it is that you are trying to get to. And so a lot of the times you hear this, and I'm concluding, a lot of the times you hear women say, I don't like being friends with other women because, I prefer to be friends with men. Because I feel that women are malicious, because I feel that, women are jealous, because I feel like women are envious. And I say this all the time. When you see other women in that way, check yourself. Because a lot of the times the way you see other women is a reflection of yourself. So you see that women are constantly jealous. That is because you have that within yourself and you are giving it off. There's nothing wrong with women. There are a lot of women that need to do certain work in certain areas. That's fine. I don't dispute that. But if you are truly searching, there are women around you that are winning that you can learn from if you are being honest with yourself. And once we begin to have these honest conversations with ourselves, that is when we can get to a place where we can say, I am a woman in Africa who wins. My last point is this, straightforward. Okay? A lot of the times we tell ourselves that my calling is unique and it stands on its own. That is a lie. I told someone this the other time. I said, as tired as I am on a day-to-day basis, whatever it is that I do, whether I am seeing patients, whether I am speaking, whatever it is I'm operating in within that given period of time, I cannot afford to say that, okay, I'm not going to go to work this month because I don't feel like seeing patients. I can't say that I'm not going to speak at the Women Who Win conference because I don't feel like it. Because one of the things we don't realize is my destiny and my calling is very much intertwined with the next person's. So if I don't speak at the Women Who Win conference, there is one woman who was supposed to hear my words, who was supposed to hear that she is supposed to die empty, who is supposed to hear that a mentor is not one person, it is a group of people, who will not be able to hear that because I did not live out my purpose and my calling. And that's a very dangerous place to find yourself in. So as an African woman, it's important to understand that the same way we mentioned that it is important to get to a place where you have parasitic relationships, not parasitic host relationships, parasitic relationships. Because in parasitic relationships, medically speaking, you are in a place where you are both benefiting, right? Because a parasite literally will drain the life out of you. They will suck everything good. If you are eating, they are eating. That is a parasite. But a parasite-host relationship is one whereby the parasite is feeding and the other is not benefiting. And that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about building a place for women in Africa whereby both women acting as parasites feed off of each other. I end in this. At the Africa Women's Summit, I said something very important. I said, for myself as a woman, I will never get into a place, whether it be a room, whether it be a conference, whatever it is, and come to a place where I feel intimidated by another woman. And the reason I say that is not because I'm the most well-spoken person, not because I'm the most beautiful woman in the world, not because I am the most qualified woman in the world. I am not. Certainly more beautiful women, certainly more well-spoken women, certainly more qualified women than me. But the reason I'm never intimidated is because I see a woman that is excelling in whatever field she is, and as an opportunity for me to learn and to be empowered. And automatically that changed my view of life in so many things. Because when I walk into a room, my question is, how can I learn? How can I learn? How can I learn? And so a lot of the times you meet people and they'll say, how did you become such a good speaker? I went to conferences like this and I heard phenomenal women speaking. And I said, my God, you are amazing. How can I learn from you? How did you excel at this? How did you overcome your nerves? How did you overcome anxiety? So it is constantly positioning yourself as a woman in a place whereby you can say, you know what? Yes, I want to win. But in order for me to win, I need to understand that there are women around me that have already excelled in certain fields. That is something important to me. They'll never leave my mind. They said to me, if you think that on your journey to the top in whatever it is you're trying to get to, you will make all the mistakes there are to make in this world, you are lying to yourself. You are deceiving yourself. Because unfortunately, we don't have enough time to make all the mistakes they are to make. So as a speaker, I don't have enough time on this earth, to make all the mistakes they are to make in this life. And that's the reason why I need to learn from other people so that, the same way it works when there's a ditch in the ground, usually when you're doing teamwork and you're doing obstacle courses, you will alert your other teammate to say, look, there's a ditch ahead of you, rather go left. There's a ditch ahead of you, rather go right. All right, the enemy is ahead, rather go left. And it's important to remember this in every single thing that we do. There's absolutely no need for you to make all the mistakes there are to make in life. But the key to that is to humble yourself and say, well, listen, I'm not the best speaker. I'm not the best medical doctor. I'm not the best anything. But how can I position myself in such a point whereby I can continuously learn? The greatest person, and I'll tell you this, I'm never, ever ever impressed easily. I'm not impressed easily. One of the things that impresses me is people that have dedicated themselves and said, look, I'm going to continuously dedicate myself towards learning. Those are the people that impress me the most. So whether you are a CEO, whether you are a president, whether you're a manager, I read some of the profiles of all the amazing speakers that are joining us today, and it's so impressive. But as you listen to this right now and you're part of the audience, I never want you to get to a place whereby you feel intimidated when you hear someone's profile being written and someone's CV being gone through. Those are your formalities. The most important thing for you to remember is that if I can get to a place whereby I can boldly declare that I am a continuous, lifelong learner, I'm not afraid to learn, I'm not afraid to be taught, then you automatically have become the most powerful person in that room. Thank you.
Hey, wow. It's hot. It's hot in here. It's hot. It's hot. Can everyone see me? I can't see myself. I want to be sure that you can hear me. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot in here. People are saying she came with fire. People are typing in their comments. People are saying, wow, mindset shifts. People are, oh my God, that was amazing. Can we celebrate our speaker, Dr. Esperance? That was, whoo. She is one with her message. You can see from everything she said, the depth, the weight, the fire. Let's celebrate our speaker. Let's celebrate her. Type in one word that you're gonna remember from everything she said. One word or one sentence, one phrase. Oh, my note is full. I come ready to learn always. So she's saying that you have to always ask the question, how can I learn? I'm like, I'm on the right track. Yeah, someone is saying, I'm a learner. I'm not ashamed to learn and be taught. All right. Keep it coming. Type in your points. And please do not forget, screenshot your comments. Screenshot the speaker that you love. Screenshot the screen. Screenshot the flyers. Everything that appeals to you. Screenshot it. Put it up on your social media, on your WhatsApp, on your YouTube, on your Instagram, on your Facebook. Go and loud it. Go and loud it. See, we cannot be selfish. We need to spread what we're hearing. We need to spread what we're learning. You cannot be the only good person in your family. You cannot be the only wonderful person in your circle. You can't be the only person that has energy in your circle. You can't be the only one learning in your circle. Otherwise, you're going to have parasitic relationships because they're going to be eating from you because they can't learn. So go get them and type it in. As you're typing it in, be screenshotting it. I want to read from you. I can see, don't be intimidated by another woman's, okay, calm down. It's rushing in now. Okay. Wow, I can see we learned, but keep it coming. I love it. I love the energy. Don't see a woman as a threat. The woman is your step. Look at it that way. Don't be intimidated. Women, we need to hear this thing again and again. Nobody is competing with you. Just be you, be your authentic self. Someone is saying, I recommend we change the adage behind every successful man. Oh, wow, it's even the man that's saying this. Charles Benning is saying, I recommend that we change the adage behind every successful man. There is a woman to beside every successful man, there is a virtuous woman. Women are now giving us a tough competition, and only the hypocrites will not admit this. Thank you so much, Sarah, for saying that. It means a lot to hear that. Thank you so much. Look, this is a good time to be a woman. Like, I feel like, honestly, Dr. Louisa, I feel like someone just gave me energy drink, and I feel my energy normally is high, but the energy here has made my energy to be, it is, I can feel the love and I really love it. Keep it coming. I can see someone saying, see other women winning as a step, not a threat. Okay. Learning my moving word. Withstand the seasons of silence. I can see continue learning. Wow, Dr. Esperanza. Let me wrap up some of the points that she shared, just in case you're just joining and you're wondering, wow, these people so excited. Honestly, we just had Dr. Esperance, a Forbes 30 under 30 speaker, a woman that is living her message, speak to us today on audacity. And, she spoke about the generation of timidity that we're coming from. So in case you're wondering, why am I like this? Maybe you saw your mother being abused or being shut down or being silenced, and you're wondering, why am I like this? Your grandmother couldn't say anything. They were just quiet. All right. She spoke about that. She went really deep. She went to the deep, deep issues. She spoke about, ensure that you get the grave empty. Don't just die and just say, okay, you know what? Let me just exist. You need to truly live life to the full so you can die empty. She said, in order to win, you have to dare to be abnormal. You cannot be looking for people telling you well done at the initial stage. Bury your head in there, focus, and do what you need to do. And people will celebrate you much later. You will be celebrated after you have closed your ears, after you've focused. Just keep going. She said you have to withstand the period where no one is clapping for you. And then the important thing that I took from what she said is at every step, make sure you have a support system. So if you're a visitor here, you just bumped into this particular pre-conference, I want to encourage you to stay here. There is support here. It's not just talk, it's talk and do. There is support here. Dr. Louisa is an example of a support system. She's not intimidated. She's not looking at, okay, someone is doing this and doing that. She just creates this healthy space for women to collaborate. So if you've been wondering, where can I find a place to collaborate and have a support system? I invite you to join this wonderful organization. Please subscribe right now if you haven't done that to our YouTube channel. Join our Facebook group and please share the comments. And if you haven't registered for the Audacity conference, please, I don't even know what to say to you, because if the pre-conference is like this, hey, Mary Linda was saying that if the pre-conference is like this, how would the conference itself be? So go register, go share with your friends right about now. I celebrate you, Dr. Esperance. That was amazing. All right. So we're going to be playing a video right now, and basically talking about the African Women's Day and Africa and everything we're doing here. It's just some felicitations by women. And I'm sure if you've sent in your video, you just may see yourself. All right. The next voice you're going to hear is from the media.
My name's Dr. Kafayat Shafal, and I am a dancepreneur and a passionate advocate for human excellence. I want to say congratulations as I celebrate women who win in Africa. You are unsung heroes, and I'm telling you today that keep thriving, keep pushing. You are appreciated, you are seen, and because of us, Africa is still here today, thriving, growing, and will become a better continent for us all because of you. And for every woman that is part of the Women Who Win in Africa initiative, you know that you're a heroine every day, at home, at work, and in your community. Keep being you, keep shining. Your light is there, beaming to every dark tunnel out there. Have a blessed African Women's Day.
My name is Makan Obize. I am a Nigerian. Happy Africa Women's Day to every phenomenal woman out there who is making a change happen in her little way, in her community, in her society, in her country, and wherever she finds herself. I want to
Hey everyone, my name is Edna Kangwana from Kenya, East Africa. I'm very happy to be here today, joining in this wonderful conversation and to celebrate the Pan-African Women's Day. I want to appreciate the work of Women Who Win Africa, the wonderful idea of celebrating the unsung heroes, especially women. These are our foremothers. These are the great women who are currently doing great works, and they have not been celebrated. Traditionally, women's work was never to be rewarded. It's actually part of the patriarchal setup that we found ourselves. So I'm happy that we today looking at the unsung heroes, not merely to say that they are the best in everything they do, but for the fact that we are sending a message that good can be appreciated and the world can turn around by the small acts of service that we all do. So I'm here to celebrate the unsung heroes. I'm here to celebrate the Pan-African Women's Day. Thank you so much.
And I want you to keep being phenomenal, keep showing up, and keep making change happen. Together we can build Africa to become that desirable place where every woman, every child, and every girl can live up to her potential and become that great person that God has destined her to be. Have a wonderful celebration and keep being phenomenal.
Amazing. Please confirm that you can hear me. Confirm that you can hear me. Confirm that you can hear me. Amazing. Tell me who you saw in that video. Tell me, are we done? Media team, are we done? Are we done? We're coming back with another to continue the video. You can hear me. Okay, fantastic. Tell me who you saw. Tell me who you saw. There's someone there that is one of the speakers for the Audacity conference, and I'm waiting for you to mention her name. I'm waiting for you to mention her name. Tell me her name if you know it. Tell me her name. I'm looking out for the comments. I'm not gonna go to the next segment until I see her name. I saw someone mentioning her name in the comments, so you might want to scroll up just in case you want to do some expo. I could see Honorable Edina Kagwana, Kenya. Okay, no, I'm talking about the speakers, the people that spoke in the video. Those who spoke in the video, and particularly one of them is going to be a speaker in the Audacity conference. Can you mention her name? Can you mention her name? Maybe we should give the person a prize. If you don't mention it, I'm going to mention it and I'll collect my prize from Dr. Louisa. I will mention it. I will mention the name. Dr. Kathy! Yes! She's going to be one of the speakers in the Audacity conference, and you do not forget that she's talking calm here. She's like, oh, African Women's Day. It's Ghana. She's a hot firebrand loaded speaker, and her session, I can tell you, that is something you do not want to miss. Okay, so I'm going to be bringing in our wonderful mentor, of our wonderful convener and the founder of this great vision, King Clyde, Dr. Clyde. And there is an awards section. I'm sure you've been hearing about it, and you've been hearing about people are going to be awarded. Right now, we have people that are all here on the stream, and some are going to join us, that have been doing amazing things and wonderful things in Africa. And like Dr. Clyde said, we have to celebrate women. We have to celebrate these people. And that is what this particular segment is about. So I'm going to be inviting King Clyde, that's Dr. Clyde, to take us in the segment for the awards, to celebrate people who are truly unsung heroines in Africa.
King at large and paramount chief of Ikomfit Kutwa traditional area.
Okay.
King Clyde, are you there, sir?
Yes, can I go? Because I'm going to be doing this with
Yes.
King Clyde Rivers. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Who is having fun in the house? Just kind of comment in the comment box. Yes, it's me, because I'm having fun. Listen, guys, I would love to jump and dance, but if I do that, of course, the camera is going to fall off or something. But I am so honored, so happy, just having fun. So many great feedback, so many messages. I cannot respond to your messages now. So many people who are waiting outside trying to get into the studio. I'm so sorry. We didn't plan to do this, that we would leave you outside. So I think, and for me, we're trying to get the video ready for the award. You know, the media team just sent me a message. They're trying to get that ready for the awards because King Clyde Rivers has another engagement. I mean, he had to make out time to be here. So I'm so honored. We have to get this going so that he can move on to something else. But I would be happy to go through some of the names that we have here for the awards just before we bring that on. And then I can pass it on to King Clyde Rivers just when we are ready to go. So there are different categories. This is from you guys. You nominated, and the nomination team, which was 16 people committee. I celebrate you. Thank you so much for the great work. All of the nominations was wonderful. We have Women in Leadership, Mfo Cabello. Just so if you have any of them, please invite them to come into the, be part of the broadcast right now, just so that they don't miss this moment. Women in education, and Mfo Kabole is from Botswana. We have women in education, Ebi Denye Far, oh my God, I haven't had coffee yet, Nikade, and that's from Nigeria. You're welcome, my sister. Thank you so much. Women in banking and finance, Dr. Ijoma Aniekan Atai. That's from Nigeria too. Women in healthcare, Rosalind Wandaki, that's from Kenya. Women in agriculture, Kumba Dafe, that's from Gambia. Women in arts and culture, Dr. Kafi, that's from Nigeria. Women in media, Pauline Shegu, that's from Kenya. We have women in women's advocacy and community service, Minister Dr. Eris Mary, that is from Cameroon. And the two of them in that group, and we have another person as Mwinji Nakamba from Zambia. We have women in tech or women in ICT, Virtue Oboro from Nigeria. We have women in business, Dr. Hazel Harrington. We have women in nation building, Just Omomo Ibe. We have women in international diplomacy, Ambassador Karima Ranem. We have women in coaching, the coaching industry, Mfon Ekpo. And we have some special awards that will be going out as well today. The first special award is Special Award Women in Governance, and that is Mukabalisa Donatile, a member of the House of Parliament in Rwanda. We have the Africa Women of the Year, Her Excellency Eunice Autumn Samuel, and that is connected with her Eunice Samuel Foundation. We have another special award that is going out today, and that's the King Clyde Rivers African Women's Civility Award. And that will be going out to Linda Nyama Anaba from Ghana. And the last but not the least is the Special Award Women in Governance, and that is Senator Akon Eyakini. So I just want to say a big thank you, of course, to everyone who has sent in all the nominations. There were so many nominations, and it took them a lot of work to go through it. And so at this point, I'm just going to pass it back to Enifomi. Enifomi, can you go ahead with the first panel or get the videos while the main video for the certificates are ready for us to put on the screen. We'll be putting the certificates on the screen so that I can allow King Clyde Rivers to give us his word. He has a really short time. So many people are still trying to come in. Dr. Hazel, I really have to apologize. Yes, the First Lady, I'm getting a message. The studio is full, but we appreciate everyone. It looks like we're going to have to get some videos from some people, but I guess StreamYard, it looks like you're not even good enough for the African women. What is this? You need to do something. I mean, people are outside. Are you kidding? This is the highest party, and people are still outside StreamYard? Really? If you want to do some business in Africa, you have to walk it. You have to walk it because we have dignitaries waiting outside. Okay, so Enifomi, can I pass this back to you to bring on the first panel quickly for the next 20 minutes? And then we'll pass it back to King Clyde Rivers to just finish up, and then we continue.
Okay, fantastic. I love the mindset shift. When you have a mindset re-engineer, you know that words are powerful. She didn't say StreamYard network and everything like that is she just said the StreamYard needs to go and work, because StreamYard is not good enough for the African woman. StreamYard, if you're hearing it, go and work on your network. Go and work on everything because we're coming in strong. We're coming in big. We're coming in huge. So we're not going to get smaller. We're going to get bigger. So go work on your network if you want to serve the African woman. Thank you so much, Dr. Louisa, for that. So we're going into the panel session, which is going to be very interesting. If you are a change maker or you are an aspiring change maker, or at some point you felt discouraged on your career or on your path to being a change maker, this is one particular panel that you do not want to joke with. It's basically about being, a pathway for change as a woman leader in Africa. That is the topic, right? And you're going to be learning a lot from people who have gone ahead, people who have actually gone and walked the talk. And I'm sure it's going to be very enlightening for you. So please sit back and sit tight as we bring in our panelists for this particular panel. Is the first panel actually on. Okay, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Is the president and founder of the African Fashion Hall of Fame, founder of the Pan-African Women Global Network and Rowesuka Initiative, Global Entrepreneur Award winner, and Standard Fashion Icon 2010. Dr. Fatih is also the facilitator, British Council Creative Also Program, facilitator in the Northwest Talent Hunt Program SMIDAN, UN SDGs advocate, a mentor general and a philanthropist. Let's make welcome Dr. Fatih Yunus Ibrahim. Of industry experience, Maisie Dunbar, a multi-business proprietress, trained and licensed celebrity makeup artist, massage therapist, master nail and skincare therapist, provides women and youth with skillful training to increase their business acumen and sustainability. As a named United Nations Goodwill Ambassador, TEDx speaker, a true global citizen, advocate and beauty change agent, Maisie has provided technical and entrepreneurial training to youth and women at a variety of beauty schools nationally and internationally, to trade high schools in underserved and marginalized communities, industry events and beauty entities like resorts, spas, retailers, hotels. Let's make welcome Maisie Dunbar. Degrees in public health, emergency project management, and marketing and communication. She is currently pursuing a PhD in international relations and diplomacy. Ms. Manengs is the CEO of the startup PM Business Limited and head of board of Girls Empowerment for Leadership Association. She puts access to quality education at the center of her advocacy for women's rights. Motivational public speaker, she is on a mission to help women and young girls to rise through education, rule via entrepreneurship, and reign by passing their legacy to younger ones via mentorship. Ms. Manengs was recently awarded as a Girls Child Empowerment Champion for helping to maintain in school more than 1,500 young girls from the crisis zone in her country. A woman activist, she aspires at the end of her studies to become a permanent delegate to UN headquarters to help develop new policies for gender equity. Let's make welcome Manengs Patricia. International speaker, leadership trainer, coach, and consultant with more than 2 decades of leadership and business strategy experience. She is the CEO and brand ambassador of Coaches of Influence LLC and CEO of Classic Consulting Corp., both global companies known for designing and delivering innovative solutions to corporations, organizations, institutions, companies, and individuals through training, coaching, speaking, and consulting. Before she ventured into the world of entrepreneurship, she spent several years in the corporate arena where she developed and nurtured her leadership, coaching, speaking, and training skills. She led teams and projects in her 20-plus years corporate career where she became adept in providing coaching, mentoring, leadership, personal and professional development services to her colleagues, peers, mentees, staff, business partners, and clients. Dr. Ellis is a high-profile facilitator and mentor specialized in developing leaders, youth, women, employees, entrepreneurs, and individuals to own their professional, personal, leadership, career, and entrepreneurial growth. She is sought after by the diverse clients she serves, both past and present. Let's make welcome Dr. Margaret Ellis.
Wow. You're welcome, our panelists. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for all that you do. Thank you for your patience. I can see that we've all been here from the beginning. Thank you so much. And I'm really honored to be moderating this panel session. Although Dr. Louisa is there, she's going to step in anytime. And she knows you all very well, but I'm really happy to make your acquaintance. And I can see a lot that you've been doing for Africa. I want to celebrate you personally, and I want every one of us to celebrate the panelists just before they begin to talk about, their story and their journey. You see, when you read profiles, and the profiles look really amazing and look really beautiful, the profiles are the stories and experiences of the people that have the profiles. So when you're wondering, okay, why is my life like this? Think about how they're going to read your profile, and that's how you're going to be celebrated too. So just hang in there and be there and go through it. And when you hear the speakers, the panelists, you are also going to be encouraged. All right. So I'm going to start with Dr. Margaret Ellis, right? And I really want, I want all the speakers to share their story and their journey, based on the topic, their journey to really being a change maker and charging, this pathway for change as a woman leader in Africa. Honestly, before they even start speaking, I know it has not been easy, right? But I really want to hear their stories. So basically, I would start with Dr. Margaret. I want you to share, how has it been? How has the journey been to becoming this wonderful woman that you are today, with this wonderful profile and all these achievements? How has the journey been? Please tell us. Okay, ma'am, we can't hear you. You may be muted.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Louisa. Thank you, our mentor, King Clyde in the room. We all have his DNA because he mentored all of us, Dr. Louisa and myself, and I'm sure many other women in the room. You can tell the ones that came from Dr. Clyde, right? We have a certain DNA. Thank you so much, King Clyde, for walking the journey with us. Yes, when I saw the topic of our panel, which is the talking about the women as drivers of community transformation, I was so excited. And the first thought that occurred to me is, I thought about my mother. My journey did not begin when I came to the United States. My journey began when I was at home in the Gambia, growing up in a very humble community from a very humble family. And I saw a woman. My mother was never attended school. My mother is not educated in a classroom. My mother was educated in the streets and from her experience, because she was one of many children that her father had. And at the age of 14, her father died. So she had to move from her country to Senegal, where she was raised by sisters, by nuns, and she lived in many families. She started working at the age of 14 to care for herself and her younger siblings. And I saw my mother raise up her younger siblings. She rose to that platform, and later she moved to Gambia, met my dad, and got married. And this woman, I don't know why she never went to school, but she's a professor. This woman is, I was speaking last year in a conference, Women and Girls in STEM, and I said, who will say my mother is not a scientist? This is the woman that can take one pepper soup stew and turn it into fried rice the next day, into another meal. She is a scientist. And so I watched this woman took a small amount of money, less than $5, and she's able to make a meal for the family for the whole week. Who says she's not a scientist? She is. And so when you come from that kind of woman, what does the world expect? So who I am is where I came from. And then, so when I think about, the first thought that occurred to me when I thought about our panel topic is, I remembered what I saw my mother do at a very young age. So my mother happened to have been this woman in the community that had all the fine dishes, I was born in a village. And she happened to have had all the fine dishes, the plates, the cutlery, all the big cooking pots for big occasions, and all the big plates to serve. You know how it is in Africa. I mean, every occasion, the whole village gathers. And then all the women were coming to her to borrow all these utensils and plates. And whenever they had guests, they had to come to my mother to borrow the fine dishes to dish these meals for their husbands and their husband friends. And my mother, who is very creative, thought, you know what? I am here in this community for a reason. I can just imagine. I'm traveling now into my mother's mind, because she's my friend. We talk, we dialogue, and I'm just traveling to her mind. And when she thought about this idea of, why am I the only queen in this entire village when I can raise other queens? Because that's my mother. That's the kind of person that she is. She's a mentor. So she brought all these women together in our home one day. They had this big meeting. She put the women together, and she told them that they're going to be contributing money every month. And every 3 months, she will take all that money, put it together. She will go to the market with one of the women that wins the draw from the raffle. And she will walk the market with that woman to buy everything that she desires, to make sure that she has all her utensils, her plates, her dishes, her cooking pots. She did this for about 3 years and empowered all the women in the community to own their own utensils, their own plates, their own cooking pots, and to be this woman that now is having fine dining at home with their husbands. And then she didn't stop. I think that was just the beginning, because that's my mother. She's a transformer. She doesn't stop at one thing. Then when that cycle ended, then she morphed into another cycle where they were now putting money together to buy good beds and furniture and mattresses and whatever they needed in the house to decorate their houses, to paint their houses and remodel. Then that round ended. And then this went on from when I was younger all the way through my high school years. I watched my mother lead the women to do this. And it expanded from women in our community to women in other communities around. And later on, it morphed into now raising money for these women to start their own businesses. And some of those businesses today are still alive today. And these women have emerged to become heroines in their community, to raise their families, pay for their kids' tuition, and all of that. So I just wanted to lay that as a foundation. So when I start sharing my journey, you understand where I came from. Then I came from that kind of environment. Then even in the Gambia, in school, I was I'm always identified as a leader. I think it's something on my forehead, or because I'm short and spicy. I don't know what it was. But everywhere I was, whether it was in primary school, in high school, in everywhere I was, in the community, at my church, everywhere I was identified as a leader. So short as I was very bold and confident. I would stick my neck out, and I was always leading. And so that journey continued when I transitioned to the United States in 1999. I'm not dating myself. Don't start calculating women. Age does not matter. But then I came here to the US, and the journey continued. But one thing is that the seed that my mother planted in me from home was a seed of envisioning, a seed of impact, a seed of you are here in this world for a reason, not just to occupy space, but to make impact. So in the US, as an international student, I have my struggles. That's a story for another day. But then above all, I was able to, by the help of God, rise to the level where I am, and with the help of many men and women that brought me up. You know, in 2016, I met Dr. Clyde. I was just emerging now into a new world. I had always been in the world in the corporate world in the US, working and building up my career. I didn't even know that the job that I was doing was building me up for my future. So I'm here to tell a woman that is listening to me, don't be so bitter at work and bitter with people. Take your job as your platform to get trained, because whatever you are dreaming of becoming, you need to be trained. I believe that we do a lot of good, great work around the world with diagnosing women and helping them to discover themselves. But it does not stop at diagnosis. If you are on this call hearing me and you are beginning to discover some things about yourself by listening to all these great women speak, I want you to know that it does not stop at diagnosis. When a doctor diagnoses, it means that the doctor has a treatment plan. And that treatment plan is what you do after this conference and what you do after you've discovered yourself. So through my career in the US, I started to discover myself. And out of this discovery, then with the help of my husband and vision from God, it got to a point and I felt like, you know what? This corporation is too small for me. I belong to the world. I cannot be kept in the four corners of a building, clocking in and clocking out. I'm not bigger in size, but I'm bigger in destiny. And so I need to be on a bigger platform. And so that inspiration from God and from my husband pushing me, I quit my job. I quit my job. And this woman that sounds so highly intelligent, that have degrees, that have back degrees under her belt. I quit a job without being able to answer the question, what am I going to do the next day? And I felt like I sounded like a fool. All my coworkers asked, everybody was, what are you going to do? I couldn't answer the question. But then I just knew that there was something inside that was about to be unveiled to the world. And I didn't know what it was until I was just kind of lost a little bit, but had so much faith and trust that something is about, you know, when you, that phrase that says that, behold, I'm about to do a new thing. Can you feel it? So I was feeling it. That something, behold, something is about to happen. And that was when I traveled by faith. I saw a conference that Dr. Clyde was organizing, and I didn't know Dr. Clyde. I knew anything about him. And then I told my husband, I said, I don't know. I have this leading that we should go to this conference. My husband was like, okay, so what is this conference about? I said, I don't know. Who are these people? I said, I don't know, but I just feel like we should go. Then I was able to convince him, and we decided to go. Well, my husband was curious. He didn't just want to send me. He said, I'll go with you because I don't understand why you want to go to a place. You don't know anybody. You don't know what it's about. You just saw a flyer and you want to go. I said, yes, I want to go. So I went with my husband, and destiny was ordering my steps. That's when I met Dr. Clyde in that room. And it was so funny how we met. And I was seated with my husband, and just a few minutes before the meeting started, I felt like I needed a drink. So I walked up to the stand. Dr. Clyde walked in, looked at me. I greeted him. I said, good morning. And he said, good morning. How are you? I said, I'm good. He said, great. He smiled. I smiled. I went back to my seat. I didn't know this guy. I didn't know him. So later, he tapped my shoulder and said, are you here with somebody? I said, yes, I'm here with my husband. He said, okay, I want to meet with you. We met that after. Long story short, Dr. Clyde told me that God told him, pointed at me and told him, look at her. I want you to bring her under your wings and raise her for the world. And that was how the journey of mentorship started.
Wow.
I did not meet Dr. Stan by connection. I didn't connect with Dr. Stan by telling him stories about me or putting others down so he can elevate me. I met Dr. Stan divinely. God orchestrated our meeting. And King Clyde, wherever you are, whether you are around me or not, just know that all the mentees that I have around the globe, that are now way more than 2,000, they all know you by name. Because I mentioned your legacy goes with me everywhere I go. So I don't have to talk to you all the time. I don't have to have your picture on my Facebook wall. I don't have to text you all the time. I don't have to sing your praises all the time. But just know that your legacy travels with me.
Wow.
Because I'm a global asset now, and your legacy travels with me.
Wow.
So this is what how my journey started.
Oh,
And with Dr. Clyde in that training,
thank you so much.
with all the experience I've had, all the things that I've been gathering, I've written so many courses, training courses. But in 2005, when I graduated from my master's degree, I think I was just bored. I was single, and then I think I was afraid of not having anything to do after master's because I was always in school and always busy. And finally, I was graduating from master's. I wasn't ready yet for PhD, and I was wondering, what am I going to do with my time? I think it was that God used that to stir me up. So this vision was birthed that I need to start. I just started thinking about my career as a corporate trainer back then and all the value that I was adding to the corporation and to all the leaders that encountered me. And this thought occurred to me that one day, Margaret, you're doing all this in a foreign land, but your people are lost. And they need this training more than America does, because you are not the only trainer America has, but your nation don't have you. So that desire sent me to the library. I started researching and I wrote a list of so many courses in leadership and professional development with the passion and desire to go home and start teaching people how to lead and how to transform our society and our nation. And I wasn't only thinking of Gambia, I was thinking of the continent. And so all my courses with all the scenarios, everything was created with Africa in my heart. And so I had those, they were all in my garage somewhere waiting for an opportunity. 2012, I have an opportunity. I went home, I delivered one of the courses and it attracted media attention. It got me all the way to the State House to meet with our vice president then, who was very inspired and encouraged me to register a business so they can support me to build my business. And that's how in 2013, I went back home and registered my first business, Classic Consulting. And then I was going back and forth between US and Gambia, training every now and then, but I couldn't fully dedicate to it because I had a job. You know, we all know about Uncle Sam. We all know that like I heard this morning, someone said that the oppressor will never let you go free. So I couldn't go far. When I go for 2 weeks, I run back here because I have to come to work and because the bills are waiting and all of that. So anyway, in 2016, when I finally stepped out, then I met Dr. Clyde and we started a journey of self-discovery, discovery at a whole new level. I already thought I knew who I was, but I needed a different perspective of who I am. And so in that journey, we discovered my brand, which is influence. And this was not something that Dr. Clyde or King Clyde gave to me. He said he posed a question to my husband and I. Both of us were in this training together because even though I'm the face of everything we do, my husband is the engine. So we were in this Dr. Clyde together. And I knew that I needed my husband for a push. I need him to pray over me and give me wings to fly. Because we all know that even with the woman with the greatest wings, if you have a husband who sits on you, you cannot fly. So my husband and I were in this training together with Dr. Clyde. And in this training, Dr. Clyde posed a question one day. It's all in my book. And Dr. Clyde posed a question. I said, Dr. Margaret, if you had to go to the world and be unveiled to the world, what is the message that you're going to take to the world? And for the first time, I was short of words. I said, I don't know. So he said, okay, our next meeting is in 2 weeks. I want you to come with that answer. So my husband and I went in the closet. For 2 weeks, we were warring in the closet, trying to find the answer to this question. And when we came back, that first meeting, I said, Dr. Clyde, I believe that I am called to be an influencer. And so he said, great.
Wow.
Influence it is.
Honestly,
and with discovery, like I said, that was a diagnosis. When he sent me to the closet, my husband and I, it was to diagnose and discover. When we discovered, now we have to create a treatment plan. And the treatment plan is the brand. And that is how the Coaches of Influence brand was founded in 2017. Wow. And with a book, Influence, your passport to transforming lives, nations, and organizations. And because I'm not going to stop at lives and nations, I believe lives and organizations, I believe are meant for the world. When my mother gave birth to me in that village that day, all the beings in the village were shaking and said, behold, she comes. So I know that I'm meant for the world, not for a community. So then we that book came out. We launched it. Dr. Clyde came. We had this most successful and prestigious book launching in Dallas, and people were reading the book that same day, and already they were sharing feedback about, oh my goodness, this is a book I needed. And Dr. Clyde, that fire was lit, and that fire is still on. In 2018, I launched the second version of
We
that
can
book.
feel it.
Yes. In 2018, I launched the second version of that book, Influence 2, Legacy Beyond the Grave. And that book featured 17 influencers around the globe, including King Clyde over here. It was featured of his journey of influence. And that has gone on and on and on. Today, in 2019, my husband and I in 2018 birthed another vision to not only go around and do our business, but how can we create another entity that is going to now influence women and young people, because they are the revival that the world needs is going to come from women and youth. And so if anybody is listening to me and you are not on board with youth and women, you will be left behind.
That's true.
So in 2018,
Wow.
failed that organization.
Honestly, ma'am, you have so much fire. Like, I feel like singing, this girl is on fire. Because your fire is like, oh my God. Like, wow. There's so much in you. And, you know, it's like a tap that has been opened.
Yes.
There's so much. It's overflowing. And we feel it. We love it. And we love you. Wow. Thank you so much. I mean, oh gosh, we need to buy your book. We need to just, follow everything you're doing, because there's so much to learn from you. And I believe that there is still so much you want to say that we can even read, from your book and everything. So I encourage the audience to go get the books. I mean, this is a real example of a woman that is a driver for community transformation. She has said everything. No matter where you go, home is home. You cannot neglect your home and go and jackpot. For those of us in Nigeria, jackpotting is good, but you also have to understand that your community needs you. And that's the reason for pre-conferences and conferences like this that Dr. Louisa is organizing. I'm going to come back to you, ma'am. But right now, we want to go to the awards. We're going to come back to you and the other panelists. So I haven't forgotten you, other panelists. All right. I can see you. Just wait. You can see me and bring in the energy. Okay. I know you can still see me. All right. We're going to come back to you. But we want to go to the awards, and I'm going to be handing over briefly to Dr. Clyde to take us back. I can see him saying, wow, wow, wow. I know he has a lot to say, sir. Take it away, sir.
Man, Dr. Louisa and Dr. Margaret, there's no words. You are living examples of some of the most amazing people in the world, not just Africa. We can't limit your labels to Africa anymore. You are the best in the world from Africa. And what I want to say that's important about the culture of honor that Dr. Kaizo has established, let me tell you, think about Africa. How many heroes can people talk about in Africa right now? And if you go to other nations and ask them, who are the heroes in Africa? They're going to say Nelson Mandela. And that's about it. That's it. We have to get on our job, and we have to establish modern day heroes. I believe every individual that was picked for these awards is a modern day hero. And I'm going to explain something briefly what happened to me. I was speaking with a young man in America, and this young man said, Dr. Rivers, Dr. Martin Luther King this kid said, Dr. King failed. And I said, what do you mean Dr. King failed? This kid said, we're still fighting the same battles that he fought in America today. And this is what the Holy Spirit spoke to me. The Holy Spirit said, this kid has no revelation of Dr. Martin Luther King's day in America. He doesn't know. It's not his generation. So at that point, the Spirit of God spoke to me and said, I want you to establish modern day heroes. A modern day hero is a person that's alive right now that's doing great things that other people can actually see and model themselves after. In the continent of Africa, until we create heroes everybody from outside will be the heroes that lead Africa. And I say that time is over. There are heroes in every African country in the world. There are women, there are men, there are youth that are impacting this world. And we have to promote Africa now. And this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying we are bringing honor from Africa to the world, not the world bringing everything to Africa. It's our turn to say, no. This actual contribution that's impacting America came from Dr. Margaret Ellis. This impact that's hitting the world, it came from Dr. Akaizo. So we have to bring honor to Africa, but honor from Africa, so the world understands that Africa is on an equal playing field, not a less than, not in a second-rate playing field. And as other people come to the continent of Africa, we don't bow to them. They bow to us, and we look in the eyes as equals and say, welcome to my country, welcome to our land. And this is what we have to do. And this is why it's vital that we establish modern day heroes. And I believe everyone receiving these awards, people, promote the people that are receiving these awards. Put them on your Facebook, tag the whole world. This is honor from Africa to the world. Thank you, Dr. Louisa Akaizo.
Thank you so much, King Rivers. This is amazing as we just continue with the awards. We have Gift, who is here from the New Africa Amazon, and they collaborated with us for this award. So what they are going to do is all of the awardees today would stand a chance to get featured in their magazine.
Wow.
You would be interviewed. Okay, so I just wanted to bring Gift on. She's right here, but her camera is not connecting yet. I'm trying to bring her on the screen. And so, Gift, when you get a chance to, I hope that your camera is not going to mess up today. Camera, not today, okay? Just let Gift to come in. We need to bring her in right now. So, King Clyde River, I sent the list to you. And the media team, can you bring the awards on the screen? Can you bring the awards on the screen? Because King Clyde Rivers has to move on to his next event. I sent the list to you, sir. I don't know if you've seen the list.
Yeah. Dr. Kaizo, if you can say the names, my American accent sometimes doesn't let me say the words right.
That's fine. That's fine. Can the media, are they ready for us? Media, please. Media, we're ready. We're ready. Okay.
And Dr. Kaizo, what I'm going to recommend something real brief, if you don't mind.
Yes.
I would love for a book to be established on the winners, and every year you have volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, so that the legacy of this movement won't die when we go to the next level.
I love it. This is so good. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
And just Gifts, where are you? Your camera is not connecting, and we're just going to keep going because of time. Is the media team ready? Wonderful.
Wow.
There you go.
Great award. Look at that.
Wonderful. Okay.
Man.
So we have Women in Leadership, Mfo Kabelo from Botswana. Can the people from Botswana say hello in the comments? Mfo Kabelo from Botswana.
And Dr. Kaizo, I love the fact that you had 16 people on a panel.
Yes.
And so all these awards are vetted. This isn't awards that people can pay for. These are awards that people are vetted. And thank you for that excellent standard that you've established.
Thank you so much, sir, because we want to give every woman a chance. So if you are receiving an award today, it's not because you're doing something amazing where you are, but it's because you've been recognized globally for the work that you're doing. So We are working in collaboration with I Change Nations.
Yes.
I think that's the highest level when we think about culture of honor, and the New Africa Amazons. We're trying to get Gift in the room. I hope that her camera is gonna come on, Gift. I don't know what's going on, but let's see. We'll bring her at, very soon. So media, can you put the next award on the screen, please? Can you put the next award on the screen? We're trying to move with time. Thank you so much. Yes. Are we supposed to play it? The media here, please help me out. Because I'm not techno savvy. I'll try next time, but for now, no. Okay, so we have women in education. Oh my God, the first lady is trying to come in and the studio is full. My goodness.
Dr. Kazo, I can get off and let the first lady on.
No, just give us a minute because we have to finish this.
Okay.
Please, ladies, I'm just going to get somebody off for a minute and you'll come back on just for the first lady to get in, please. She has been trying so hard to come in. So please, I'm just going to, can the media just go ahead? Just give me 1 second. I just want to speak to her and let her know she can come in now. She's trying to come in.
A certified international speaker, leadership.
My name is Edna Kangwana from Kenya, East Africa. I'm very happy to be here today, joining in this wonderful conversation and to celebrate the Pan-African Women's Day. I want to appreciate the work of Women Who Win Africa, the wonderful idea of celebrating the unsung heroes, especially women. These are our four mothers. These are the great women who are currently doing great works, and they have not been celebrated. Traditionally, women's work was never to be rewarded. It's actually part of the patriarchal setup that we found ourselves. So I'm happy that we today looking at the unsung heroes, not merely to say that they are the best in everything they do, but for the fact that we are sending a message that good can be appreciated and the world can turn around by the small acts of service that we all do. So I'm here to celebrate the unsung heroes. I'm here to celebrate the Pan-African Women's Day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, media team. The First Lady's network is really bad. I think she just sent a video, but she's still trying. She says she's still trying to join us because I had to kick out someone. I'm so sorry if I did kick you out. Please forgive me. I was just trying to bring in the First Lady, but I'll bring you back on. Okay, so the media team, please go ahead with the awards. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you are in this event, I just want to say a big thank you to you. We're happy that you're joining us from different parts of the world. You are a VIP just because you made it to this event. I really celebrate you and celebrate every woman. When we talk about women in Africa, it's not just women in the city, women at the grassroots level, because if everything that we're doing today does not make sense to Mama Cynthia, who is selling tomatoes in the market, then we're wasting our time. So I celebrate the woman on the streets. I celebrate the woman who is homeless. I celebrate the woman who has been an abused victim. All of them are so important to us. We love you. We celebrate you. Please pass on the links and invite a lot more people to be part of what we're doing. So media team, we're ready for you. Please go ahead. And as soon as I'm able to get the First Lady again, we will try to bring her up again. Please go ahead, media team. Thank you. So we have Women in Arts and Culture, Dr. Kafayat Shafo Ame, and that's from Nigeria.
Beautiful award.
Celebrate you, Dr. Kafayat.
Beautiful award.
Yes. Women in education. We have Ebidenyefa. Please, I apologize if I don't pronounce it right. I apologize. I'll try again. Nikade, PhD, and that's from Nigeria. Thank you so much. We celebrate you, Ma. Media, we're ready. Wonderful. Women in tech. We have Virtue Oboro from Nigeria. Really, Nigerians? You guys, okay. Okay.
Great stuff. This is great.
I celebrate you. Thank you so much. Women in education. Okay. You have some fans in the comment box, Women in Education, the recipient of that award. Media, we're ready to go. Media. And all of these awards will be sent to them, to your various countries. You're going to receive these awards. We celebrate you. I Change Nation celebrates you. Yes. Africa, New Africa, Amazon celebrates you. And you have to get in touch with the team so that we can schedule an interview for you. Women in Business, Dr. Hazel Harrington.
Great lady.
Celebrate you, my sister. She's coming on the second panel.
Great lady.
We'll see her very soon. She's not been able to get on. No space in the studio.
You know, Dr. Kazo, I appreciate the actual roundedness. You have a whole good ecosystem of women being honored.
Yes, absolutely. And it brings me so much honor to share today that we are in over 45 nations of Africa.
Wow.
And we're still pushing to be in every nation of Africa. So if you're here and you're the first person from your country, you got work to do. Let me know who you are and I'll be in contact with you. Women in Tech, we've seen this already. Virtue Oboro, we celebrate you. Thank you so much. We're ready for the next set. Media team, thank you. The media team is doing amazing. Can we just clap for the media team? They are wonderful. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The team is amazing. So much tweets already going out from all of the speakers right now. So there's so much for you to tweet on your platform. Media team, we're ready.
And Dr. Kazo, see, with this work now, you're creating a culture. Every award is a part of a culture.
Ooh. Women in Women's Advocacy, Minister Dr. Erismary Dinger from Cameroon. I celebrate you, Ma. I celebrate you. And just to let you know, all of these people are waiting. They just couldn't join us because StreamYard, I'm going to forgive you this time, but that's okay. But we celebrate you. Thank you so much. Media, we're ready. Empowering You TV, thank you for joining us. It's great to have you in the house. Mary Linda, we love you. Thank you. Thank you for all the amazing work. Dr. Shannon, thank you so much for joining us. Media team, we're ready for you. Lynette Maruri, thank you so much. Okay. Women in Banking and Finance, Dr. Ijoma Aniekan Atai from Nigeria. We celebrate you. Thank you. Thank you. Dominic Obedia, thank you. We celebrate you, sir. Thank you. Fatou Mane, thank you for joining us. Dr. Hazel, thank you and congratulations. Nene from Gambia, thank you. Media, we're ready for you. Please bring on the awards. Thank you.
It's a beautiful design, Dr. Louisa, on the award. I love it.
Thank you so much, sir. And shout out to the graphic designers that worked with us. Everyone is important. Radiant Charles, we love you. Women in Coaching Industry, Mfon Ekpo from Nigeria. Thank you so much. We celebrate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Benedict Mendy, thank you. Thank you for being here. Elva Ondiek, thank you for being here. Thank you. If I haven't mentioned your name, please drop a comment. I might not see you if you're all the way up, but we do know that we have a lot of people online today. Media, we're ready. We're ready, we're ready, we're ready. A Suitcase and a Dream, thank you for joining. Mwinji Nakamba from Zambia. women in women's advocacy and community service. We celebrate you, Ma. Thank you for all you do for Africa and for the women of Africa. Gloria Robson, brand polisher, I celebrate you. Ellen Obi, I celebrate you. Thank you so much for joining us. Media, we're ready. I think we just have a couple more and we should be moving along.
That's great.
Okay. Right, from Kenya, Women in Healthcare, Roslyn Nelly Wandake. We celebrate you. Congratulations. Thank you so much for all that you do. I love it. So, media, we're ready. Are we all done? Are we all done? So what we had to do is we had to break it into categories because there are women who are doing amazing work in Africa at different levels. And I believe that next year we would even have a lot more categories because we received a lot of mails of some things that we have to include as well. Media, we're ready to go. Thank you.
And Dr. Kaiser, we will create at I Change Nations, this will be the top African woman awarding institution for I Change Nations. Wonderful. So next year we'll add that to it and we'll get media to where we expose people to the good.
I love it. Thank you so much, sir. We're just waiting for King Clyde Rivers Award. It hasn't come on the screen yet, but we talked about it before. Wonderful. Women in Media.
Yes.
Pauline Shegu from Kenya. You're welcome. I celebrate you, Madame. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Kenya is quite popular. Oh my goodness. We received thousands of nominations. So I just want to let you know, if you made it last, it was a hard one to get there. Yes. And the committee, the nominations and award committee, I celebrate you. I love you all. Thank you for your support. We had representatives from different countries who did this for us. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Media, are we ready to go? Okay. My sister Bonsi Marwa, I'm so happy to see you from Canada. Thank you so much, Tida Sise. Thank you. We celebrate you. You're also a volunteer. Thank you so much for all you do. Idong Okorodudu, thank you so much. It's great to have you. Honorable Anastasia Ndovu from Zimbabwe. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, my sister. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you. Media, are we ready? Can we bring on Enifomi so that we can get things going? Are we done, Media? Alice Katuar, thank you so much for joining. Thank you, my sister. Chinoso Iseri, thank you. It's great to have you in the house. Sister Kiki, it's great to have you. Destiny Akon, it's great to have you in the house. Blessing, it's good to have you. Emmanuel, Evelyn, Zubeita, Siddiqui, Puetso, Lami. Media, can we go on just because of time? Thank you, Media. We love you. Thank you. We have to go. I'm just going to bring back the MC here to do her thing, just so that we can honor people's time. King Clyde Rivers, would you like to share a few words just before? Oh, we still have some coming. Okay, let's see. Women in Governance, Senator Akon Eyakini, Nigeria. Thank you so much. It's great to have you. Thank you. We celebrate you and congratulations, Ma. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It looks like King Clyde Rivers got disconnected. All right, are we done, Media? Are we done now? Should we go? We are ready to go. Okay. All right, so I'm going to bring up Enifomi. Enifomi, you're ready for us? I think so. You stay ready. So let's go, Enifomi.
Awesome. Oh, it's really beautiful. I celebrate all the awardees. I celebrate the everyone that is getting an award. You are phenomenal. God bless you and God strengthen you. I also celebrate you, Dr. Louisa. If you're not doing this, I don't know if we'll be here. This is such encouragement because a lot of times, as a leader, sometimes it can be lonely. You feel like nobody is seeing what you're doing. So this is really, really amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are going. Yeah, I can see our panelists like, yeah, putting on their cameras and getting ready. It's gonna be beautiful. I mean, if you thought that, okay, what you heard from Dr. Margaret was amazing. She has more where that came from, and I can tell you that the panelists are ready to drop it as it's hot. And I can't wait to hear from them. And I'm sure that you can too. But I want to encourage you to please subscribe. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, subscribe to our Facebook group, and please share, share, share. Don't be selfish. Get a woman to get in here and listen. And please write down your questions. We want to read your questions. If you have any questions for any of the panelists, please feel free to drop it in the comments. Okay, so I'm going to go back to you, Dr. Margaret, but that is after, I'm done with the other three panelists. I just want all of you in 3 minutes, basically. So I'm not going to break the transmission because I want us to work with time. I will just call in the order that all of you are going to share how your journey has been, as a community, as a woman leader in driving community transformation, basically. So I want to start with Patricia Manning, and then after you, please, Mrs. Fatih Ibrahim, and then Mati Domber. Okay, so Patricia Manning, just over to you in 3 minutes. Tell us, how did you get 3 master's degree and all these things and all? Oh wow, you've achieved so much for yourself. But just in 3 minutes, tell us how your journey has been and into community transformation. Can you hear me?
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Is
I
it
can hear
okay?
you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much once more. And thanks to all these beautiful ladies who just came in and presented the wonderful presentation that they made, especially a special thanks to Dr. Luisa, which has been always a big sister to me, and also Miss Dr. Esperance, who just passed before with her inspirational presentation. So I'm going to start with my experience. And as you know, I don't have much because I'm still young. I think I'm gonna have much more, but with the less that I was capable of having, I'm glad to share this with the other women, the other girls that I'm helping in my community. So I've grown like a small kid who was very brilliant, and I've never known about failure, and I've never understood the importance of education until I was confronted to the failures, to the barriers that I was to face. So during my first grade, going to my first degree, the second degree, I had my first failure, and I committed to suicide because I never knew that I would fail my exams, because I was sent into one of the best schools with the best teachers, and I was one of the 3 people who failed the GC exam. If some Cameroonians are there, they'll actually know what are the GC exams. So it's the exam to pass to the university. So I failed that, and I thought to myself that this is the last thing I'm going to fail in my own life. This is gonna be the last thing. But I never knew that there's gonna be something tougher in my whole life that I'm going to feel like more. Because when I enter into the university, I normally you're supposed to do 3 years for bachelor's degree, but I did 5 years for bachelor's degree, and all was because I was sexually harassed by a lecturer. I just needed 1 mark to pass for my master's. But this lecturer actually made some proposition that I refused, and he decided to block me to these 2 more years. Like, oh my God. And I cried so much that I didn't understand why he's doing that to me, because I knew that I was so brilliant. I knew that I could bring so much, but he decided to block me because of this 1 point. So finally I was able to go to the, after the 5 years, after crying, after doing everything. So I had to go to the masters now. And hopefully for me, I had my master's, my first master's. But now, when you finish your studies, there is another problem. The problem is now to get a job. And I did like 3 years without a job. So I'm living with this um, load, not to have money to fight for yourself, like to help your family, is very difficult. So I was a little bit frustrated because I started an internship somewhere, and we were like 10 in the office that were doing the internship. And unfortunately, again, I failed because I was the only one. The others were actually confirmed to the enterprise, to the company, and I was the only person who did 1 year without being confirmed to the company. So all these failures. But before I go there, after the 1 year, I had an awesome news because I was actually taken as a national coordinator of the company. So I thought to myself that maybe my passion has paid, because in my whole life, I think other women like me went through these failures. I know that it's not gonna stop right now. It's gonna continue, but at least I learned so many things of my failures, because now, because of these failures, I am now a knowledge seeker. So I decided not to let any person tell me that I cannot do that. So I decided to do another master's and another one, because I wanted to learn more. And I wanted to prove to people that I can do more. So afterward, I started working, and fortunately for me, I encountered with some girls in other community that we call the crisis zone, or the Northwest and Southwest. So I was a little bit like, oh my God, what are these girls doing? Like, the others are entering into urban cities and they're getting into prostitutions. Others can actually eat. Others can go back to school or whatever. So what can I do for them, for these girls? Because yes, I might not be accomplished, but I can give, I can bring something to the table. So I don't want to be one of the people that just talk. I want to bring something for my country, for these girls, for my community. So I decided to go forward again with my studies and to learn more on specific things that I can do to help these girls. So I decided to do international relation and diplomacy so that I can help our government to actually sort out things due to this crisis, because this crisis is actually killing so many people of, of my country, because it started since 2016 and it's still continuing, and people are still dying. And not only dying, girls are being raped, girls' dignity are being violated. And I said to myself, I'm gonna help these girls, I'm gonna do something. So I decided to go forward for my PhD and then open my NGO called Girls Empowerment for Leadership Association, where I help so many girls who are dropouts, who are prostitutes because of the situations, to actually find a way out, to find a blink of hope, because they don't more have any hope. When you've been raped and when you've been taking your dignity, you don't know what to do next. You need someone to to take you off from all these issues. So I placed myself to actually help these girls. And fortunately for me, I tried my best to help 1,500 girls to put them back in school with others, international organization, with the NGO I'm working with. And we are planning to help even more of these girls to go back to school because, as I always say, education is the key. Without education, women cannot be good entrepreneurs. Without education, women cannot be good leaders. So we need all to have good quality of education for us to be good leaders of tomorrow. So I place myself to be a better voice, like to be a better voice for my community, to raise education for the girls, for these girls who must be leaders of tomorrow. So that's why at the end of my studies, as I said in my introduction, is that I want to work at the UN headquarters to participate in the policy drafting for women equity, for gender equity. And I think, and I'm putting my path through so that I can finally touch my objectives. As Ms. Dr. Esperance said, when you're a knowledge seeker, you can have so much things, because the women I acknowledge, I learned, I saw, like Dr. Louisa, Dr. Esperance, Dr. Margaret, every woman that came into my path, I learned from them. And I thank them so much, because I know I'm still young. I'm still having so many things to acquire, but for the least I know, I'm always gonna give something for my community, not only for my community in Cameroon, but from the African community and for the world's community. I am a woman. I have the audacity. I'm bold, and I want to get where I want to, and I want to drag these girls so that they can be like me, not only like me, but more than me, because that's the essence of mentorship. Yes, I want to be a mentor. I want to be an example. I want to prove that because you are a young girl, you're not forced to do something that you don't want to. Because you're a young girl, you have to fight for yourself. You have to fight for your destiny. Failure is what you define. Failure is not. Hello? As I was saying, I never take, yeah, I never take a no as an answer. I just take a no as a chance for me to get a yes. So in any circumstances that I have where so many people told me no, doors were closed, I always tried myself to open those doors by audacity and by boldness. So I encourage all the girls who are just like me, desperate maybe, but I want to tell them that there is a hope. Believe in yourself, like yourself, because everything starts from you. You have to like you first, because the other likes are for the others. It's just an addition of likes, because you have to like yourself first. People don't want, they're afraid to get from the next step of their life because they're still dragged to where they were before, but they don't see what is supposed to be in front of them. The most important thing is that you have to always see what is in front of you, because that's the best thing, the most important part of your life, the most important part of you that is upright. So I'm not going to take so much of the time, but these are the small things that I wanted to share with other girls. And believe in yourself. Yes, all we are change makers. We're going to make African women proud of us, because Africa is the womankind. Africa is the next of tomorrow. Africa is the continent, the powerful continent. So thank you very much.
Wow, wow, wow. Media, you have to help us, bring us back on the screen. Oh, my goodness. My sister Patricia, I have to clap for you, and I know that everyone is clapping. I'm trying to bring us back on the screen. Yes,
Fantastic.
I just want every one of us to celebrate our sister. Sister, you are wonderful. You are powerful. Thank you for sharing your story. Oh my goodness. I mean, who else is a woman leader without such a powerful story? 1,500 people. I'm thinking, I mean, it just kind of made me remember, the image when we think about the words of Maya Angelou. She says, when I stand, I do not stand as one. I stand as 10,000. There are 9,999 other women behind you. Um, this is such a powerful story. I don't know about you guys, but I am so blessed with everything that has been shared here today. And welcome my sister, Dr. Hazel. Thank you for your patience. This StreamYard, I'm sorry. She's been trying to come on from Australia, and StreamYard was just being so unfriendly. Oh my God, please forgive me. We're not so bad with women who in Africa. It's just StreamYard. I promise you next time we're not gonna use StreamYard, but StreamYard is quite good though, guys. So we're gonna look for other ways of bringing another, system. It's a chance for a woman to innovate something. Think about it. It's a chance for a woman to innovate something. StreamYard has all this great advantage of using this system, but I think 12 people in the studio, I don't think so. That's not enough. Yes, that's not enough at all, especially when you want to work with African women. StreamYard, you have to do it a lot better. We have a lot of crowd. We have a lot of powerful women. I tell you, if you saw the lineup that we have, listen, if you have not registered for the Audacity conference, like, what is going on? Are you serious? Listen, I mean, I have my water, I have my drink, I have everything, I have cookies, I have chips because I'm here. That's right, sis. We're here to play it live. Oh, this has been amazing. So please visit the website. It's www.audacityconference.com. And for me, did I celebrate you? Because I have to. You are amazing. You are beautiful. Your energy is just out of the roof. I thought I was hot until I'm like, this lady is pushing me into the wall. Seriously. Oh my goodness. But guys, if you've been here and you've been listening to us alone, please invite everyone around you. Do us a favor. At least share it on your page now. Nigerians will say, be cool. Please share it on your page. You're not paying Facebook. Just share it and bring in other people to be part of what we're doing. Share the link on your status. This is a great gift to give people on a Sunday. I mean, take the women off Netflix. They should be here. Building the audacity to lead. Nobody's going to help us to build the Africa we're looking for. We have to get to work. We have to roll up our sleeves. And Patricia, you just challenged me. Are you serious? You just challenged me to even go and do a lot more. Thank you, my sister. I love you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. And just before we bring on, Maisie, I tell you, listen, this room is so hot because the women who are here there, I don't know how to describe these women. I tell you, these women are just too much from different parts of Africa. Permit me, if you see me sweating, the women are too much. Look at, did you hear Dr. Margaret? Listen, that was another firecracker. So we have Lady Denter, who has, because today is the African Women's Day, there's so many events, First Lady, we celebrate you. She sent a video because she's struggling with connections. They have an event today for the African Women's Day, and she's right in Benue, and it's just, but we love you, and I feel the love. I love you. I love the support that you're giving to us. Thank you so much. And I'm just trying to see if we can bring on Lady Denter to just do her thing. Even though I don't want to let her go though, but media team,
MBE, born 1983, best known by her stage name Denta, is a British Ghanaian entrepreneur, actress, TV presenter, singer, producer, and manager. She was awarded an MBE in the 2016 birthday honors, and in 2017 she received the Ghana Peace Awards Humanitarian Service Laureate in Accra, Ghana. In mid-September of 2020, she was appointed by Asante Kotoko SC as their international relations manager. As an actress, she appeared on British TV shows including EastEnders and Alby City, before moving into presenting, hosting television programs on British and Ghanaian TV, including The Dentist Show and reality TV music competition Mentor 4. She also had a brief career as a singer, releasing a gospel album in 2005, Wu Ye Yame. Let's make welcome Denta Amoetan.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, please.
I can see Doc. I can see my fellow other sister as well. Thank you all for having me today. Oh my goodness, I've been here, sitting here, just soaking it all in, from Dr. Ellis to the other speaker just now. I mean, it's been amazing. So Doc, again, thank you so much for putting on this event. I know that there's a lot of speakers to also speak, so I'm going to keep it nice and short and precise for you guys. One of the 3 things or 4 things I want us to look at is, the first point is be an advocate, okay? Advocate for change and purpose solution. Number 2, be a connector, connect other businesses, fellow women, and the youth to opportunities. Number 3, understand your field and master your craft. And number 4, be patriotic. So I'll start with number 1, be an advocate. I mean, through my journey as the CEO of GUBA, which is Grow, Unite, Build Africa, started 2009 in the UK, where myself and my husband were sitting down watching amazing people come in on the screen. And they were Black people, they were Africans. And so we were like, there's no platform to celebrate our own. Every time that we mention somebody that's successful, we are mentioning the Bill Gates, the Steve Jobs. What about the African brothers and sisters who are also doing well? And so I wanted to be the advocate of change. I wanted to make sure that we celebrate our own, especially in the UK. We've had the likes of Sherry Blair, Tony Blair, Boris Johnson, what's his name? Edward and Info, Vogue magazine, all of them attend the awards in the UK. And then on our 10th anniversary, we decided to do it in the US during the UN General Assembly. And again, it was such a momentous moment for us, where we had the likes of Danny Glover. Danny Glover that you see on TV as an actor was at the GUBA Awards. Cheryl Lee Ralph, another major actress in the United States. Martin Luther King's sister-in-law. And so all of this made me think that, look, we have such an opportunity to celebrate our own and connect, right? Because sometimes the African Americans feel a bit disconnected from us. And I wanted to make sure that we have an event where we bring everybody together and say, look at what your brothers and sisters are doing here in America, in the UK, in the diaspora, and look what your African brothers and sisters are doing on the continent. So let's be an advocate of change, and let's be intentional about it. I think we have to be intentional about it. And then be a connector. I've been fortunate enough to have people around me that have been able to connect me with different people. So when I say that I want this person or I'm looking for this person, I've been able to get people that do that for me. And so then what happens when you're put in that position? Are you able to connect your fellow brothers and sisters to that opportunity as well? And we must remember that we need to encourage the youth. I mean, one of the other reasons why we started GUBA was the fact that in the UK at that time, there was a lot of knife crime. And I wanted to make sure that the youth understood that, look,
you have role models out there. You have people that you can look up to. You don't have to do what you're doing. So I think that that's also very important. And also helping your fellow woman, and not being a gate blocker, but a gate opener is really, really important. Open the door for a fellow woman. And I think to all the women out there, we sometimes complain about the men not bringing us to the table or men being in higher positions than women. We're the ones that are giving birth to these men. So what are we doing at home that is wrong? What are we not teaching our children? You know, we need to make sure as women, as mothers, we are educating our children that, look, when you are at the top as a CEO, as a man, and you see another fellow woman who you know deserves to be in that position, you bring them up. You open that door for them. So I think it's highly important that we are educating our men, our children, our boys at home, that they must give opportunity to the woman. And it's not just, you know, we talk about, oh, women, we need to make sure that women are there, but we need to make sure that the right women are there so that when they get there, they will open a door for another woman. 100%, 100%. So I think that that's another one. And understanding your field and mastering your craft. I think even though I do a lot of things, I've been able to master a few of the things that I do. So in terms of my TV presenting, I'm a host. I interview diasporans that have moved back onto the continent to showcase Africa, to showcase the opportunities, to let people know that it's possible to live in Africa and be wealthy, to know that you can come back to Africa and be an advocate of change. Because sometimes we're living in a diaspora and we're like, oh, I can't go back. Oh, the roads are not done. Oh, this is not done. Oh, I can't do that. You can. And we have so many stories of that. So many stories. We had during the year of return, so I'm part of the Ghana Tourism Board as well. So during the year of return, which I was part of, we've had so many African Americans that have moved back that don't have any connection to Africa. But we Africans who have connections in Africa don't want to move back. And then we complain. How do we change how we want to see Africa if we Africans are not prepared to come back home, or are not prepared to invest, are not prepared to mentor another young woman or another young person? How are we supposed to do that? China was built because they had a call for their diasporans. That's how it started. And so we as Africans need to bring that skills back on the continent. Because guess what? We have innovators, we have businesses, we have so many things, but some of them lack experiences. And we've gained that. So why don't we bring that back to connect to the other Africans? And number 4, I'm cutting it short. I'm slicing them because I know that time. But number 4 is being patriotic. I think for us to do any of the things that I've said, we need to love being African. We need to make sure that we are even wearing our African attire. Wearing made in Ghana, made in Africa, made in Nigeria, made in the Gambia, made in Congo, made in Kenya. Supporting the industry. The Indians are forever wearing their sari. What was it called? I forgot. Is it sari? Yeah. You know, they wear it with confidence. We need to be patriotic. We need to wear our stuff. Look at our kente, so beautiful. But we haven't even, I don't even know whether we've trademarked it or anything. So on point. Look at our language. Look at the Indians. The Indians, I've lived, when I was in the UK, I lived next to an Indian woman that was next door. Their children all spoke English outside. When I entered their house, they speak to their parents in their native language. Let's not lose our culture. Let's not lose our language. It's part of being patriotic. Let our children love our cloth. All my children have Ghanaian names. I'm not going to give my child an English name because an English person won't give their child an African name. That's part of our identity. When somebody asks my child, oh, where's your name from, Nakwari? Where's that from? It's from Ghana, it means the truth. What does Adansi mean? Adansi means testimony. You know, these are the things that I think we need to be doing. And it starts now. It starts with these platforms. And I just want to say, Doc Louise, thank you so much for setting up this platform. It's important. These conversations are absolutely important for the development of Africa. Let's not be insecure about ourselves. Let's love Africa. Let's love our identity. Let's love our food. Let's love our culture. Thank you so much. I'm done.
Oh my goodness. Media, bring me back. Hoo-hoo. You just can't go like that after dropping so much fire. My sister, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lady Denter.
Thank you, Doc.
So,
Thank
I
you
mean,
so much.
So many people commenting. It's amazing. We enjoyed every bit of it. And I know that there's so much more that we're going to do, but thank you. I really appreciate you. And guys, you know, I was just going to point, she talked about her daughter and she inspired me. I mean, I saw a little girl who is an entrepreneur. I was like, excuse me, what am I doing? And that's what she's able to do, build that for her kids, build them up with, you know, let them know about the African culture, the history. So she actually lives what she's talking about. If you want to follow her on social media, you're going to see a lot of that. You know, and these are things that I'm always giving a high five every time I see her postings and just exposing the kids. And I'm like, we have work to do because we have to begin from now. Thank you, my sister. We celebrate you. We love you. It was wonderful.
Miss Domba, I see you.
Yes,
thank you so much, Doc. I think this is a great start to many more other things. And, you know, we are here to support as much as we can.
Yes.
And, you know, to all the women who are watching, we are having the Goober Awards in Rwanda this year. So I hope that, you know, some of us can attend and be inspired by some of these amazing people on the continent and in the diaspora. We're actually honoring a 13-year-old that's been admitted to medical school at the age of 13. She's a Black young lady who lives in the US in Texas. We found her and we're bringing her to the continent to celebrate her. So I think that these are things that we need to, and we need to start with the youth. We need to be encouraging our daughters and bringing them up. My daughter goes to all my meetings with me. You know, she's met the president. She comes along with me. And this will give her encouragement. And that's how a lot of these Jewish people, these other cultures are doing. They are starting their children up like this, you know, and not being afraid to take them to meetings. You know, I've been to ministers' meetings where, you know, my daughter's there taking minutes because I want to encourage her that you are going to be the next person in my seat or in their seat. And she's only 10. And she started this at a young age with me. You know, at the age of 5, I was taking her to all my meetings and stuff like that. So I think this is what we need to be doing. But thank you once again.
Thank you. I really appreciate you. And please share the link to that, the awards that's coming up, the conference in Rwanda. Rwanda is a beautiful place. So many people from Rwanda who are joining today. I don't mind going to Rwanda like 55 times. The food is so good. Oh, so at this point, we're going to have to go back to the panel, our amazing panel, and we want to listen to my sister, Macy. The media, can you make it happen so we can bring on amazing Macy to the screen? Thank you. I hope the media didn't go to take lunch.
So funny.
That was not okay.
It would be a good time to take lunch. Hello. Hi, everyone. Happy Sunday. Good afternoon to you guys in West Africa or wherever you're coming from. My name is Macy Dunbar. I am originally from Liberia. I am an American Liberian, but first Liberian to my core. I know I have only 3 minutes and I would like to be very respectful of time. And I am going to just kind of dive right in here. First, I want to say thanks to God for really using Dr. Louisa as the vessel to bring us all together at powerful African women around the globe. I want to say thanks to everyone, all the panelists, everybody that have been on so far. This has been so amazing. So if you're just jumping in here and tuning in, like they say, share it, invite, subscribe, and let's spread this word. So first, I'm just going to go right in, just dive right in. I have been in the professional beauty industry for 30 years, but growing up as a kid in West Africa, in Liberia, I was always fascinated by beauty. I saw my mom, as Ms. Margaret said earlier, I saw my mom, as a young kid, be a person that could take a little piece of chicken and turn it into meals for us. I saw my mom, my dad was a judge. I saw my mom really on her own. She always used to say to us, a rat with one hole is a dead rat. So when we came into the U.S., I came into the U.S. as a young kid, got teased a lot. But what I do know about America is that America has really mastered marketing America to us on the continent, making it look like it's all milk and honey. But I know that in my position now, I have been able to go back home and train a lot of beauty professionals all over the world, probably over 3,000 to 4,000 worldwide. But going back to the continent, I'm like, my job is to help my young girls and boys that look like me, that may not have the opportunity that I had, but let them bloom where they're planted. Let's change the trajectory of what Africa should be or what Africa looks like. But in order to do that, like Denta said, mastering and blooming where you are. When I went, my first trip back home it's so funny. I was sent to Ghana to cover Ghana Fashion Week. And when I was in Ghana, I saw the need for educating our people to love the skin that they're in, to bring quality beauty products to them, to bring quality service to them. So when I came back to the States, I started to do my research even more. I went back. Before I went back to Ghana, I went back to Liberia. I had not been home. When I first went home, I had not been home in 38 years. And when I got into Liberia, I went to Liberia to launch my cosmetic brand, which is called Bluffer Joe Cosmetics. But in addition to that, I'm also working on a nonprofit organization called the Macy Dunbar Beauty and Brains Institute. I see and I saw the need for correct education as it relates to beauty, understanding the skin, understanding ingredients, understanding the chemistry, understanding that your sister and your brother, meaning the people in your community, they are not your competitors. If we work together, we can make it better for a better Africa. So when I went home, that was my mission, that was my purpose. When I went home, to launch my product and also to educate. So when I first landed in Liberia, everyone was saying to me, oh, you should open a school, you should open a school, you should do this, you should do that. I thought to myself, why should I do that? Why don't I educate the people that already have a school here, make the school up to standard, and that way people that are in Liberia, people that are in Ghana, people that are in Nigeria, Gambia, and other parts of West Africa, particularly the places I've traveled to, instead of them trying to go to Europe to get a service or come to the US, they can get these services right at home. Why don't I help this young girl be better, take her off the streets? Because a lot of prostitution. Poverty brings prostitution. So because they can't feed themselves, their moms are okay with maybe taking $5 or $10 from someone. Why do not instill in them the skill set that they need to get a job at a spa, or to get a job at a salon, or to, in fact, get their own salon? And that way I'm pulling them off the streets. So that was my mission when I went home and when I started my journey back home. My job was to train and educate our youth by changing the world, changing the narrative, one lipstick at a time. Because every woman wants to look good. When a woman looks good, it changes. She gets confident. She gets confident. However, if you're looking good, if you want a bald head or if you want hair, look good and be what you see in that mirror. As one of the presenters said, what you see in that mirror, you have to first like what you see. Before anyone else can like you, you have to like what you see. You have to love what you see. And you have to realize that you stand for not only you stand for the girl that's coming up behind you. You stand for your mother. You stand for your community. So if you don't like what you see, how can we go back and help each other to be better at what we do? I often say to everyone is that experience is something that you cannot buy. Experience is something that you experience yourself. And the purpose of you experiencing that is so that you can help others. They don't have to go through what you've gone through. Everyone has their own journey. Everyone has their own story. Everyone has their own purpose. So when you've experienced something, it's only because you are here to help others not go through what you've gone through. So when I went back home to educate people on beauty services, to really train the youth, to help people open their businesses, to mentor them, and when they open up their salons, to mentor them by bringing great products to the continent, that was my experience in the U.S. as a salon owner, as a speaker in the U.S. in the professional beauty industry, was to go back home and to get them to do it and to do it right. Others have laid the pathway for me. I often tell people the only person I know how to be is me. So when I show up, I want to show up as a better me. As Denta said, to be patriotic. One of the things that everyone knows about me, I've worked with so many celebrities all over the world. When I've worked from the Patti LaBelle's to being popular, being written up in Oprah's old magazine and being written up in Vogue, one thing they knew about me when I showed up on every set, whether it was a TV set or a magazine shoot, I was Maisie Dunbar from Liberia, West Africa. Everyone knows that about me. I'm very proud to be an African. I'm very proud to be a woman. I've built my businesses as a single mom. I have a son. I've raised my son in America, and I raised my son. When people see my son, just as Denta said, it's important that we sow seeds in our kids so that they can embrace this beautiful African continent that we're from. I raised my son. My son was born in the U.S., raised in the U.S., but if you met my son today, you would think he was African, because those are the things that I instilled in my son. So raising my son in this country wasn't because I was like, oh, I'm in America and I have to do things there. I'm an African woman. I raised my son as an African man. And I raised my son and I co-parented with his dad very well. But nevertheless, I still was a single mom, operating my business and raising my son. But with that, I never let my son forget his culture and be proud of who he is. Because in order for him to move to the next level, he first has to know who he is. And if I didn't know who I was, he would not have known who he was. If my mom didn't instill in me to know who I am, I wouldn't be the proud African mother that I am today. So being patriotic is something that I really believe in. And I just wanted to piggyback off of what Denta said. My cosmetic brand is called Bluffer Joe Cosmetics. It's a term in Liberia we refer to a person that possesses confidence, that dresses nicely. It doesn't have to be a woman. It doesn't have to be a man, but a person that really loves their community. And I'm sharing that because When I hired a marketing company, they wanted me to change the name. And I'm like, no, I can't change my name. That's who I am. This is Bluffer Joe. You know, that's who we are. And our names, some of our names are slangs from Liberia, slangs from Ghana, Nigeria, including like the lashes I have on today, y'all. You see my lashes? It's called Shakara. So, I mean, it's who I am to my core. So for those of you listening, women that are listening that trying to be something that you're not, if you're an African woman, we have to build our community, and everything starts with a woman. This is why God gave us the opportunity to give birth. And when you're giving birth, you can give birth to a child, you can give birth to your destiny, you can give birth to a book, you can give birth to building our countries. So God give us what he gave us to give birth. And because of that, he also gave us the will to always reach back. Yes, we have our gatekeepers. Oftentimes we need someone to give us the right key to open that gate. So I leave you with that as African women or women around the world and then diasporan. Please, if you have that key and another woman has that gate and she won't open the gate and you have the key to open that gate, don't be the only person walking through that gate. Remember that we have to reach back and get others to walk in the gate with us. I thank you all so much for your time. I think, for 30 years I've been in the industry, I have so much to say, but I definitely want to be respectful of time. Thank you so much for having me. God bless y'all. Have an amazing week.
Wow. Oh my God. That is so good. Sis, listen, before I forget, don't play with the Shakara lashes, because that one alone, I'm telling you, you know your sis here, I'm ready for that. I tell you, you can't forget that. You know, I was just sitting here and just thinking about it. Like, you know, nobody can be an African woman better than an African woman. No kidding. You know, this is our safe space. So permit me to say this. Can you believe I was wearing my shoes and sitting here? And my legs are burning. And I'm just like, wow, African woman. Listen, we're too much. There's just so much glam in our system. If you're just joining us for the first time, this is our space. It's the African Women's Day. We have all the great jokes. We love ourselves. Sisterhood is priceless. Yes. You know, we have this amazing women from different parts of Africa. You're definitely in the right place. Have you shared us yet? Hey, Joe, I don't know what part of the world you're from, but that means please share us on your page. Invite others to be part of what we're doing. I'm just going to take a minute and just kind of vibe with all my sisters. Have you seen how beautiful all the speakers are? This my sisters, I tell you, they are pushing me to the wall. So African women, you are beautiful. You are enough. Don't let anyone ever let you feel less about yourself. So much beauty. You know, Denta showed up, Black beauty. It's just, I mean, we have different shades of, you know, the brown color. It's just amazing. We have such a rich culture, and our clothing, our fabrics are just so beautiful. Our food, if you come into Africa, make sure you come with your slim tea, because we have so much food and you're going to end up eating so much that you are so big. God bless your heart. But then when you go to Rwanda, they try to be a bit healthy. You know, I remember visiting Rwanda a couple of months ago, and they said to me, oh, we have the chicken soup. I said, these people, you don't know I'm Nigerian. Chicken soup don't do us. Chicken soup going with. Listen, this one is an appetizer. Bring the real thing. It's been amazing having fun with everyone. Thank you so much, Team One. We just finished with that panel. Media, are you ready for us? Because we're ready for the second panel, just so that we can wrap this up. And in the second panel, we have Dr. Hazel, we have Dr. Nike. Coming from Tanzania, we have Dr. Fina, who is here from South Africa. We have my sister, Ambassador Karima, coming in from Morocco. And also we have Edina from Kenya, all of these beautiful ladies. Media, are you ready? so that the world
is a
can
multiple award-winning entrepreneur who has spent a decade empowering women and youth to become economically independent and wholly sufficient worldwide. She has recently been crowned the top 100 most successful women in the world and won the 2022 Entrepreneurship Award at the National Migrant Achiever Awards in Australia. She was also honored with the World Greatness Award by Greatness University in the United Kingdom and nominated for the Australia Top 100 Women of Influence Award. Hazel has been a driving force in the global women's empowerment movement, striving to break down the barriers that limit women's potential. She is a strong advocate for equal opportunity and gender equality and has worked tirelessly to promote these values around the world. Let's make welcome Hazel Harrington. Award winner for 4 successive years. Our greatest asset is our creativity, mobility, communication skills, leadership, and capacity to empower and influence and adapt to different multicultural working environments and areas of expertise. She has more than 18 years professional experience in fields related to journalism, strategic communication, institutional communication, technical communication, digital communication, crisis communication, public relations, international development, research and strategic studies, and governance and public policy, with a demonstrated expertise in youth and civil society programs. She has also more than 8 years experience in diplomacy and national, continental, and global advocacy. She has been nominated several times among top 30, top 50, and top 100 most influential young leaders in Africa. She has also been nominated among top 100 women CEOs in Africa and humanitarian ambassador. She is fluent in Arabic, French, and English, and have basic Spanish and Turkish. Let's make welcome Karima Rahni. Feminist leader who is the CEO of Soul City Institute for Social Justice, an award-winning intersectional feminist organization in Johannesburg, South Africa. She advocates for gender equity and sexual and reproductive health. She has worked for numerous national and international organizations such as World Vision, Wheat Reproductive Health Institute, and the Center for Youth Development. In 2021, the Mail and Guardian recognized her as one of South Africa's powerful women who are leading the charge to build a more sustainable future for all. She also received the Justice Champion Award by the Coalition of Women in Africa for advocating and fighting for justice for survivors of gender-based violence and femicide. She regularly gives expert commentary on the myriad of gender issues. She has appeared on SABC News, Newsroom Africa, ENCA, SAFM, Power FM, Kaya FM, City Press, The Citizen, and Al Jazeera. Kodisang have served on boards and advisory committees of various local and international organizations, including the Childhood Cancer Foundation South Africa. She is currently a member of the boards of global nonprofit Triggerize and IPAS International. She is an office bearer in the women's sector and social behavior change communication technical tax team of the South African National AIDS Council. Let's make welcome Fina Kodisang. Wana is the CEC for Trade and Industry. She is a youth and gender advocate, public speaker, and life coach. She previously worked as customer service consultant, micro banker, and assistant operations manager at Kenya Commercial Bank (KCB). She holds a Bachelor's of Arts degree in anthropology from the University of Nairobi. Off her official duties, Ms. Kangwana attends grassroots community meetings, bararas, visiting learning institutions, small-scale traders, join civil societies organizations, and other stakeholders plan programs to listen and give inputs. Let's make welcome Miss Edna Kangwana. Strategic and innovative leader with a proven track record of building and creating successful business products and services. With a strong academic background and experience, creative problem-solving skills, and an innovative mind, Naike has been instrumental in creating an impact within our area of expertise. Naike Moshi has more than 10 years experience in the area of business management and human resources. Our expertise include building business from the ground up, women and youth empowerment, coming up with innovative ideas, executive search, and gender diversity expertise. Nahike has extensive experience working as management consultant in the United States for 7 years and working for and with some prestigious companies like Earmark, Ronnie Deutsch Tax Center, and UNESCO for more than 5 years. Nahike is an MBA graduate and holds a dual degree in human resources and business management from Tennessee Wesleyan University in USA. She started her professional career in a US tax consulting firm and has enjoyed challenging diverse assignments in the management consultancy industry. She is the country director of CV People Tanzania and founder and CEO of Women in Management Africa, WIMA. Her entrepreneurial spirit has also enabled her to gain notable success as a mentor, where she has coached and mentored entrepreneurs from the Yali Regional Leadership, Unreasonable East Africa, and African Entrepreneurship Awards recipients. Let's make welcome Nahike.
Okay, so we're just kind of going to jump right in into this conversation and make it pretty fast. Okay, any for me? Are you ready for us with the question, please? I don't even know how we got some of this scams coming into the comment box about dating site. No, African women, we're not looking for that. We're talking about transformation. Okay. And if for me, please
It's
go
what
ahead.
is happening in the online space. That's why light has to shine so that darkness can flee. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. We can hear you.
Yes, so all the spammers, they've gone to increase their technology, and that's what they do. They just spam when good things are happening, they just unleash their evil. So that's what happens. So you just block them and block them till they run away. So that's why, like you said, that's why we're here to be light. And there's no better time for a woman to arise now and shine so that darkness can just, run away and flee so that we can be the light. Thank you so much, Dr. Louisa. Can we celebrate Dr. Louisa? I just wanted to just go and drink malt at the back. Let me just chill, because she's an amazing, amazing, amazing host, moderator, MC, leader, image maker, like all the flowers. Just take your flowers, take your flowers, take your flowers. You deserve it. Yeah, so we're going into the panel because time is far spent, and I want to celebrate all the leaders.
Can you hear me? I don't know what happened to her connection, but we're going to go. All right, so that's why it's always good to be ready, because you just never know. StreamYard, you've done so much today, but we love you. But next time, don't do this. Or if not, we're going to discontinue our subscription. This is so disrespectful to the African women. We are known for, oh, is she back? It looks like she's back. Enifami is back. Wonderful. I'm so sorry, Enifami.
Okay. I'm so sorry. This network, I would have said Holy Ghost fire, but I'm trying to be. Well, basically, I want to celebrate all the leaders, your servant leaders. You're leader, but you served your way through, and you're still serving your way through your leadership. And I want to celebrate you. I want you to just briefly, in 3 minutes, because of time. Please, let's keep to time. I know we have a lot to say, and we're gonna bring you back. I'm sure Dr. Louisa has plans to do that. But in 3 minutes, can you please just share how your journey has been? I'm gonna start with there is a woman, what's her name? Karima Ranim. I'm gonna start with Karima Ranim. So we'll just go the way it is ordered. Karima Ranim, tell us your journey in 3 minutes. How did you get here?
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for hosting me today. Thank you to Dr. Louisa. I just love her. She brings me a lot of positive vibes. Happy Africa Women's Day to all of you, beautiful and intelligent ladies of our continent. Well, I'm going to be as brief as possible, and I would like to start with something that actually, let's say, made me a little bit very confident for the future of Morocco. Yesterday, we had a Throne Day celebration, and biggest part of our King's speech on this occasion was devoted to women's empowerment. And that was very, very important. And I wanted to quote something quite important. He just said part of the speech. Today in Morocco, it's no longer possible for women to be deprived from their rights. And giving them their rights, it doesn't mean that it will be at the expense of men, nor at the expense of women. So we're advocating for parity, for gender equity, and also for the well-being of the whole family. And this demonstrated, years of leadership, vision of a leader who is one of the biggest influencers as a he for she. So you need that push for women's organizations to push back more, to advocate for more rights. And I think what we accomplished today in Morocco and in other parts of the continent is just amazing. The struggle is just still there, but we're getting there. I mean, just in terms of what we have achieved so far in socioeconomic empowerment, in political participation of women. And me personally, as an advocate and activist of civil society, I've been through a lot to be what I am today because of so many things that I wanted to share with you today. First of all, I believe, apart from cultural barriers that I will talk a little bit in a minute, I have myself as a woman to overcome mental saboteurs, because I spend a lot of time working on my emotional intelligence, because that's very important. A lot of women that I met, whether they're educated, not educated, many of them lack self-confidence in themselves, and they're not embracing, the motto that, yes, I can do it. So they have a lot of toxic thoughts or mental saboteurs that prevent them from taking that leadership, trusting and believing in themselves and in their talents. So what I've done is that I really worked on myself. And of course, I was looking for role models. And I wanted to specify here something quite important that many of the speakers, touch based upon this is, if you don't find someone to push you, if you don't find someone to help you, you gotta help yourself. You gotta learn how to stand up for yourself, how to voice your opinion. That's very, very important, because the gentleman, which I really congratulate him for being a strong advocate for women's rights, who said, tell your story yourself, create your own stage, and change the narrative. Me, I started as a journalist. I contributed to changing a lot of narratives about women's rights, whether in Morocco or in the African continent. So I started by writing. So that's one of the biggest important steps in my life, to change the situation of women and be involved in a lot of volunteering to change the mindset. Because when you work on women's women's rights, whether you are in a marginalized area, whether you are within a group that is not educated, you're always faced with a lot of culture barriers. You know, we've grown up with these cultural barriers. We've grown up with a culture of discrimination. So it takes a battle really to change the mindset. And the mindset comes through education, empowerment, and capacity building. And this is what I've been doing a lot. I started with myself. It's important because you cannot give something where you lack these things. So you have to build yourself first. And then you need to volunteer for the good cause. So there are a lot of women who got a lot of talents, but they don't know their talents. They can't discover their talents. You have to work to unlock their talents. That's very important. And the second problem is that we don't have that culture of role models. There are a lot of women who succeeded in their career, but a lot of people saw only the pictures. They don't see their work, their hard work. They don't see the process. They don't see how they suffer to get into those positions. So it doesn't mean that a successful woman, you know, we saw only the end results, because what is important for us is not to be like them, but to learn from their experiences, because my story is not your story and is not the other story. So learning from the process, even from the failures, is very important. And generally, we don't like to document failures because we see it in a very pejorative meaning, in a very negative way. Whereas for me, I would say something important. Two things are very important in my life that made me what I am. First of all, I'm very happy because I made a lot of mistakes, and these mistakes made me learn a lot. So it's a learning process. The second thing is that a strong woman is a woman really who build up the foundation with the rocks that have been thrown at her. And I saw and I heard a lot of stories on women fighting women. Women are intimidated by women, and a lot of other things. So it's not just an issue of men's mentality, but also it's an issue of women's mentality. So you have to take a moment to swatch yourself, see who you are, what do you want to be in the future, and that's very important. Second is that we don't tend to have a culture of recognition. There are a lot of women who are working so hard in very far away, in remote areas. Nobody hears about them. So recognizing these women, bringing them trust, faith, and confidence is very important. And then I would say also is empowerment and mentorship. And now we are in the digital world. Today we're speaking online. The world is undergoing digital transformation, even if there are a lot of women still lacking infrastructure, lacking possibilities, but still we need to work hard with these women so that we can empower them to benefit from this technological and digital transformation to serve their own causes and also the country's ones. And I want to conclude by stating something quite important in my life. I think for me, the best thing that I've done to myself, and also that I transmitted to many generations, is the culture of doing by example. That's very important. So I learned something, I transmit the practicality of what I learned to others so that they will not make the same mistakes, and also they would learn, and then they would see the world in a different way. So they think outside of the box. And the same thing I've been doing in a lot of programs designed to empower women is to get them out of their comfort zone, think outside of the box, and own their own future. That's very important. You know, building their confidence is very important. Emotional intelligence, I see this is the basic step, because it's either it makes you successful or not. So work with these women to coach them, to mentor them, to own their own career, whether professional or personal in life. That's a very key. And work effectively within organizations, advocate for legislation and political change in your own countries, so that you can give the legal enabling environment for these women to function properly, to participate fully in the public life. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, my sister. It was so great. Just listening to you, of course, I've listened to you so many times. Every time you always have something amazing to share. And let me just give you guys a teeny bit into the future, because February of next year, that's where we're having our in-person conference in Morocco, and she's going to be hosting us. So let me just jump a little bit ahead and just let you know this amazing woman. Make sure that you identify with her, so maybe she can get some discount for us. Who knows? Thank you. It was great to have you here. We're just going to pass this on. And Ifeoma, do you want to take over? Because nobody does it as good as an Ifeoma. I tell you, I love to stay in my lane. If you can't do it, you just can't do it. Can an Ifeoma do her thing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Fantastic. Honestly, I want to be at the backstage so you can be at the front stage, because you do such a fantastic job. So we're going to go to the next person. So what we're going to do, I just want everyone to just talk about, this topic. We have very limited time. The topic, service leadership as a pathway for change, to transformation. How did you get here? How did you become this service leader? And how has that helped you become a transformational person that you are today and achieve so much transformation? I know the time is short, but what is really the point here is that women that are listening to you can see themselves in your story and can also see themselves in what they have been called to do and get inspiration and practical steps to also do what they've been called to do in the area of transformation. So I would hand over to, who should I call now? Dr. Louisa, I think you should call the next person.
Yes.
You're here. Just call the next person. Yes.
From the screen, I was just going to grab my sister, Dr. Fina. Go for it.
I greet everyone from my beautiful country, South Africa. I'm Tswana, so in my native language, we would say Dumelang, which means agree, And I want women today to agree with me that unless women are liberated from oppressive systems that exist, we don't have true freedom in the world. And this is my motto in life. I go to spaces and I challenge the system, because we need to understand what is keeping us oppressed. It's beautiful that we hear so many things that women are doing out there, but we are pushing, we are fighting, and I feel like I'm tired of fighting. I just want to be. At the time in America, there was that slogan of, I just want to breathe. So as a woman, I just want to breathe, and it's about time we are just given that space to breathe. So I want to challenge us, and I want you to agree with me that we are changing the rule, because who wrote the rule book anyway? Whose rule book are we following anyway as women? And why are we sticking to the rules, the way they've been written for us? When are we writing our own book? So I want to speak a bit about the work that I do. I lead an organization that is intersectional. It's an intersectional feminist organization. We mentor young women, because we understand that there's a system that is keeping all of us imprisoned, and that system is patriarchy. And we know some of us actually, are enablers of that system. But we speak about rising, reigning, and ruling, which is what the theme of the conference is. And we have a movement of young women that we call Rise Young Women. And it was interesting that it was the young women themselves who said, we want to call our movement a feminist movement, Rise, because they understand that where they are, they need to step out. They need to move to an elevated space where they are no longer kept subjugated, oppressed by everything that is happening around them, be it culture, be it whatever that, decides for women what women must say, what women must do, what women must wear. And in my lifetime, I've dedicated myself to challenging that. But I want to also say to us as women, we actually have a blueprint. We are creators. By virtue of being and able to give birth, we create. So we need to use this energy, this gifting that we have for positive building. And let me use a scenario of a building, right? You start with a blueprint, which is the plan that you get from an architect. You see this beautiful building. It's a finished product. By the time you have that plan approved, you are approving a finished product. But once that approval is there, the hard work now starts. The dirty work now starts, which is the digging of the foundation, breaking down an old structure, if there was that old structure that you are trying to build from. And so the breaking down process is actually part of a building process. So we should not, we should not fear going through the breaking down process, because we need to understand that that breaking down is part of our building, is part of building to get to that finished product. And you will never be a finished product. Those who build houses, you would know. You finish this house, you change windows another year later because something else has come. So we are in the process of becoming. We are never really fully finished products. So don't ever look at yourself as a finished product. Allow yourself room to grow. Allow yourself room to change. And change happens, no matter how painful it is meant to uproot you into your rightful position. So you need to understand, whenever you go through a season of change, you are becoming, you are in that process where we are breaking down to build. And so breaking down should be part of what we embrace, understanding that it is a building process. But I also want us to be mindful, pay attention to your attention. And maybe I'm playing with words, but what am I saying? I'm saying notice what you are feeling, name it, own that feeling, and inquire why you feel that way. A lot of women talk about how angry they are. A lot of women talk about how defeated they feel. Notice that feeling, because it's part of your building blocks. Notice it, name it, own that feeling. Don't just ignore it and put it aside, and inquire why you are feeling or why it makes you feel the way it does. Then start the work of undoing so that you build on the right foundation. And what is that right foundation? The relationships that we have, are they good for us? There are relationships that we must learn to let go of. And most of us hold on. We hold on to these relationships because we have not yet realized who we are. We are not living in our power and owning our power and our truth. So I'm going to say to you, Dumela, agree that you need to do the work yourself. Hold space for yourself. We are good at holding space for people. It's easy. It's easy to do the hard work of making women feel good about themselves. But how are you feeling about yourself as you do this work? Why is doing that work important to you? Is it closing a gap that you have? Are you ignoring dealing with yourself by looking at other people's problems? Or can you start by saying, I'm going to hold space for myself. I'm going to build myself up and make sure by the time I pour into people, I pour goodness, because most of us pour pain in the name of trying to help, because you have not dealt with situations that keep you, or your mental health issues, or whatever it is that is creating problems in your lives. So I'm challenging all of us to say the good work that we do, the work that we do is important. But let's start with number one. Let's hold space for ourselves so that we get to that blueprint, that beautiful finished product, or that product that is an ongoing process of becoming. Because we are in a space where, Bible verses are not discouraged, allow me to quote Mark 4:31. Jesus finds Lazarus' daughter dead, and he says to her, arise, little girl, Talita Kumi. And that's what I'm saying to all of us. Some of us are the walking dead. We are dead. We are still walking. So can we arise from our death? Be it career death, be it emotional death, be it relationship death. Talita Kum, rise out of that situation today. Build yourself up. Hold space. And I'm going to keep repeating, hold space for self before you pour out into other people. Because if you don't do that, you are going to hurt more people. You are going to create a nation of hurt people who are going through the pain that you transferred to them. So as a feminist, I believe feminism is the answer. And I'm trying to ask all of us to join the feminist movement. We need to stand in the gap as sisters for one another. Understand that if I don't do it for my sisters by starting with doing it for myself, who's going to do that? Again, I ask, whose rule book are we implementing in our lives? Can we change the narrative? Can we rewrite the story from our perspective as women? Can we foreground women empowerment, women development before anything else? It's not wrong to want to develop as women. We should not feel ashamed. We should not be made to feel selfish if for that day you decide, I'm not going to cook food in this house, I'm just going to concentrate on my books. The world will not stop, the world will not end if you decide to choose yourself. But we are so I don't know what word to use to describe, but I think let me just call it submissive to a point where we dismiss ourselves in the process. So I'm saying to all of us today, we have the power, we hold the strength. Let us rise from the ashes and move from ashes to beauty as women, because we are beautiful creatures. We are wonderful. We hold so much power, but we give it away so many times. And it's painful when we try to get it back and the world refuses to give it back to us. So let us not give it away in the first place. Hold on to that power, use that power for yourself and for your others. And when you rise, you can't rise alone. You need to rise with other people. That is all I have for you today. Thank you. And go to our website. It's www.soulcity.org.za. You'll see the beautiful work that we do in building feminist leaders in South Africa and Africa. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Hello,
Thank you.
Dr. Luisa Akaiso and everyone here. It is a great privilege to meet with you all on this platform. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate women all over the world. My felicitations to all who make women great in all spheres of life. Let's continue to support women to actualize their potential to be part of development. Women who win, congratulations, and wishing us all a happy and fruitful deliberations.
Whew, that was a message from the First Lady. She's been struggling to come in several times. And I think my sister Enifemi was talking about Holy Ghost fire. At that point, I needed to just kind of burn her camera down so that she can show up on the screen, right? But I mean, StreamYard just wouldn't let it. That's another limitation. Oh my goodness, my sister, Dr. Finer, you said that's all you have. And I'm saying, what's she talking about all? She just gave me something that I'm not going to be able to sleep. I mean, that can be all. That was a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for who you are. Guys, I'm going to tell the story of this lady another time, but she is amazing at what she does. From the first time that I connected with her, we were both speakers in an event. I was just like, that's my sister. She is amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for your heart, your love. I mean, you dropped one more today, Dumela. Maybe I'm going to change and become a Zulu, but the Nigerian spirit in me won't let it. You know, they have some really good words. You know, I love it. Thank you so much. I'm just going to bring on someone who is we are all so special, but this next speaker, Edina, I'm not going to share too much, but I love her, and I really appreciate her being here. She just in less than 2 weeks lost someone very close, but she never said no. Listen, I mean, she challenged me, even if I wanted to make a mistake. Just seeing the strength in this woman. She lost the dearest person to her. And she said, I'm going to show up. You know, Edina, I celebrate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You just challenged me. I mean, there is no excuse that is good enough. Thank you for the work that you're doing. I'm just going to give you a chance to go now because I know it's a lot even with the family, but thank you for showing up. Over to you, Edina.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaiso, and all the members who are present. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for the opportunity. Too bad that King Clyde had to leave. I wanted to tell him that I'm one of the awardees of ICN from Kenya, Kisii. So I just want to say that I am very happy that I am witnessing the 6th anniversary of Women of Africa. From my country, Kenya, we're having election on 9th August. And for the first time ever, we have 4 presidential candidates, and the 3 of them have women as running mates. And one of the major political parties have a woman, and we are waiting for the moment we can have a woman as a vice president in Kenya. So it's worth celebrating, and I know my Kenyan ladies are also celebrating with me in anticipation. So we are meant to share our stories. I started my career in the banking sector. 5 years ago, I got an opportunity to serve at the grassroots. I said yes because it was an opportunity for me to do the things I loved so much, working with the community. I grew up in a small village in Kenya, the Gusii community, a deeply stuck patriarchal community. I saw my aunties and my mothers go through gender-based violence. I saw girls drop out of school. I saw so many things, a lot of girls being given away to be married before they could continue and finish their education. Something was telling me there is something wrong, but I couldn't do anything. The time I was in the bank, that is KCB Bank, I was among the people who went through a mentorship process. It was under a program called Women in Leadership under KCP. And I was able to get an awakening in me that I needed to do something. So when the opportunity to serve at the grassroots came, I said yes. So I started as an executive in trade. Later, I went to administration. And really, that's where the seed of what I'm doing started. I was made the coordinator of COVID-19, and I was meant to go to the grassroots to serve the people. There, I realized a lot of issues that needed my voice. Teenage pregnancies, gender-based violence, school dropout, because of COVID containment measures and all that, you know, the world suffered, but I think my community suffered the most. So I started to go to the people, to talk to them, doing grassroots mobilization to try and engage them and get to know why we still suffer those cases. And along the way, I founded an initiative. It's called the Role Modeling Initiative, where we go to schools to mentor the young ones, because I believe that if we have to make change, it has to start at that level, the smallest unit. Because if we start at the boardroom, we may not have many to talk to. So we go and have a community that we work together to ensure that we talk to the young ones so that they can hold on to their dreams, especially the girls. And I'm happy that the speakers that have gone ahead of me have talked about mental health. I realized that my community, a number of people are committing suicide, and others were suffering with depression, anxiety, and all those related issues. And I, together with that like-minded, we came up with the Roundtable Wellness Club, where we talk about mental health issues. Or now we need to speak out and how we can form a community where people can have a safe space to talk and share about their problems in a way to be well, because we can only serve community if we are well. So as a person, what I can say has enabled me to be where I am first is that as a woman and an African woman, you have to find a tribe. And for me, Women Who Win Africa and the other platforms that I've had great women talk here, those are the community and the tribe I'm talking about. You have to strive and make an intentional decision to make your tribe and to find it so that you can achieve what you want to achieve in this life. You have to learn to set boundaries as you come up with your tribe, because there are some will come just to fill your cup with nothing.
You have to learn to serve. And by serving, you have to find an initiative. And the initiative has to be from the grassroots, the very smallest unit. If you can't have an initiative, please learn to join one, because you can't change the world if you're just one voice. Personal development is very important. I want to applaud all the people who have joined in this platform. It's just an online platform, but I know we are going to learn. Personally, I've learned a lot. We must strive to learn. Either it's a book, it's a community you join, it's traveling to join a workshop, and you have to invest in personal development. Getting that 1 degree, you've had so many great women talking here, and they're doctors. You know, that means so much. As women, and as women who grew up in Africa, in the patriarchal setup, we were told that asking is shame. I think the Bible has told us that we need to learn to ask, we need to learn to knock, and we need to learn to seek. In doing that, many doors will open for us, and opportunities for us will open to scale up from where we are. We need to find a community of mentors, and we have been told it's only not one. We can find many from wherever we want. We only need to ask, we need to look, and we need to locate them. But as Dr. Akaiso normally says, when you find a mentor, the mentor is not going to work for you, it's for you to do the work. Another thing that I think other speakers have talked about is that we need to to continue building each other. And for me, I call it lighting a candle of another, and another lights of another, and we make and form so many candles, and the world becomes so brighter. Long are the days where you could have a candle lighting and you put it under the table, no one is seeing, and it's doing nothing. The world turns dark. Light other candles, and someone said we need to forge for the parasitic relationship, where we try, if someone is challenging and has really achieved so much, just see how you can get to learn and enjoy maybe the achievement of that person. And as you do that, don't be the typical parasite. Just try to see how you also feel to that cup that you are feeding from. I know the time is very limited, but I want to say that African women, we have an opportunity that the world took advantage of. But we have an awakening. We have a lot of opportunities. We just need to give ourselves to serve. We need to accept that we can do that. We were never celebrated. We were never told we are good. But I am happy that now we have platforms and people who are telling us exactly that. And that is what Women We Win Africa are just telling us. But for us to do that, we have to go do the work. And the work actually starts from the grassroots. Let us go and find those solutions. It's the small bits of service, the small acts of service that together, put together, will make Mother Universe a different place than we found it. Thank you so much.
Wow, 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 wow. My sister Edina, thank you so much. I knew you were going to bring the heat. You know, when she was just speaking, I said to myself, Woyo, you know what Woyo is? I mean, I was like, she just exposed us. She just exposed us. We have work to do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The energy you bring, the message is amazing. We can feel your heart. I just want you guys to know Edina is also our country director in Kenya. Guys, have you registered for the conference? Because you cannot afford to miss this. What's coming on for the conference? It is, I don't know. I just, it's 3 days, mind-blowing, powerful. It's going to be the launch of the academy. There's so much. You just spoke about our community of mentors, and that's one thing you can access by becoming a member and go through the academy. So please, if you haven't registered yet for the conference, I would really encourage you, for now it's for you, because, you know, next time that we're celebrating 61 years, we want to have you here with your testimonies. We've been receiving so much testimonies already during the session. And, you know, people are just like, you know what, I cannot sleep. I can't sleep. This conference, I said, don't worry, just chew it in little bits, watch 10 minutes every day, you'll be fine. Because all of the speakers are amazing. And it is time for us to showcase what we have. I'm sick and tired of Africa having a dark image. Are you serious? I'm just like, listen, you haven't seen my sisters because we're too much. And we're taking over. Everywhere that you find these women, they're doing amazing work. I told you, they're all firecrackers. And we haven't even finished yet. And I'm sure you can testify to that. So please be part of our community. Please, apply or go on our website and register. Get into the Facebook community. Join us as a volunteer. We have over 200 volunteers from different parts of Africa. I celebrate you guys. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! And of course, Marilinda doing her thing with the volunteers. Mina, I love you. Mike Ken, I love you. Richard, I don't know what to say. I love you too, but you just got married. I hope your wife is going to forgive me for that. But you made all of this happen. Thank you so much. We're just going to move on to our next speaker really fast. And I have Dr. Nike here from Tanzania. Let me tell you guys, I've been following this woman for such a long time. I don't even want to talk about this woman, but she's here. So I'm going to pass it on to her. Over to you, my sister.
Thank you so much, Dr. Louisa. Good evening, good morning, everyone. This is such a great honor to be here. My name is Nike Moshi. I am the country director for CV People, which is a recruitment agency based here in Tanzania. I'm also the founder and CEO of Women in Management, WIMA, which is an initiative that comes from the recruitment agency. We saw gaps of women applying for positions. We saw gaps in our database. Women were paid low compared to men. And we were like, where are the women? How come women are experiencing all these challenges? So this is how WIMA started. And that question of where are the women, that's the question we should be asking ourselves every day. Whenever you go to a conference, you don't see women, ask yourself, where are the women? Whenever there are presidential elections, you don't see women, ask where are the women? So with that question in mind, we came to find out that the women are there. It's just that we don't showcase our value. We don't put ourselves out there. So we started profiling all these women. It was a very simple idea, Career Woman Wednesday. We started profiling women leaders in our database. And we thought that we cannot just end there. We should also recognize and honor these women leaders. It's not easy to be a woman at the top. So up to date, we have honored and recognized more than 185 women CEOs who are in our alumni. Some of these women, not only are they coming from our country, but starting this year, we got women coming from other countries such as Liberia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Nigeria, so many countries. So now we're all in one platform. From what I've learned from this experience of WIMA, women, we need support. We need support from each other. From this network, I was be able to say that I was able to rise because I had other women, let them rise. Like we rise by lifting others. And I believe through lifting others, that's how I was able to rise. And when you get to the top, don't say it's lonely at the top if you don't bring others along. You have to bring others with you. And I think that's what women, we should all be part of in these areas. Talking about servant leadership, I believe that I read this quote. It was saying, service is the rent that you pay for the room that you are on this earth. We all have an opportunity to serve. And within our expertise, within our community, we are supposed to share what we have. We're supposed to help and support whatever that we can in order to make the gender agenda forward. So some key points that I wanted to share by being in this women network. Women, we have to showcase our talent and our expertise. No one is going to do it for us. It took me a long time to learn that. I thought that my work will speak for itself. It never does. You have to speak on your work. You have to put yourself out there. You have to make sure the opportunities are coming to you. So, and there's so many platforms these days, where people are being recognized. Put your name out there. No one is going to do it for you. You have to do it for yourself. And also build a brand, build a brand and influence. Social media has made it very easy for us. Use different platforms, showcase us what you're good at, and people can start to see the value that you bring to the table. And as I've said earlier, lift as you rise. As you're going to the top, make sure you're bringing others along. Mentor young females, become a role model for them. We have to support each others as women. And I believe that you have to find your light. We all have this light within us, but we have to uncover that light. We have to make that light come to the top so that it can shine to everyone. And my last point, just show up. When you're given an opportunity, show up, speak up, and be visible. Showcase what you can do. You have the power to make a difference with your voice. You have a power to make a difference with the skills you have. You have the power to make a difference with whatever you have in your hand. You have the power. And with that power, African women, we can do so much. Look at my country. We have a female president. She's running the show. And we are so inspired. Like, we're no longer having an excuse as women. We're like, she's able to do it. We should do it ourselves. So we have to find that energy, that power within us, that light within us. Thank you so much. I know I have all the 3 minutes. I just wanted to share that. Asanteni.
Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my sister. Thank you so much, Dr. Nike. Thank you. I don't know if you guys have heard of Women in Management Africa. That is Dr. Nike. Please, what am I going to do with this dating site people? Media team, please help me. Nobody here is looking for a man or looking for, just take it off. This is African women. We are fine. Please take it off. Take it off. That's a lot of distraction. Please. We're back to it. Dr. Nike, we love you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. And if you've ever imagined of getting to leadership space in the corporate arena, that's the woman you should be talking to. And let me tell you, when I talk about the academy, I'm not playing with you. There is no space for you to hide and run anymore. Back in the days, women would say things like, oh, I'm not running for office, so I don't have power. Who told you that? In your home, you can make an impact. In your community, you can make an impact. In the church, you can make an impact. Wherever that you find yourself, you can make an impact. So that's not an excuse. Asante sana. Thank you. It was great to have you. So just because of time, I'm going to bring my sister, Dr. Hazel. Yay! She's here all the way from Australia. Dr. Hazel, I know it's probably midnight in Australia, but I really appreciate you for being here with us. But let me bring her on. Media, please help us bring Dr. Hazel right on the screen. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. As Dr. Louisa said, my name is Dr. Hazel Harrington. It is a pleasure and honor to be with you here this morning. It's actually 3 a.m. here, and the reality is that as African women, we need to support each other. I'm up at 3 a.m. supporting my sister because she has a vision, she has a dream. Collaboration is important, networking is important. Together we are stronger, and together we can go further. Now, firstly, I want to wish you all a happy African Women's Day. And the reality is that Africa has made a lot of progress in terms of gender equality and promoting it. But sadly, gender equality is actually going backwards. When I read the statistics, I was extremely saddened. Congratulations to Rwanda and South Africa. They're doing a phenomenal job promoting gender equality worldwide. So why are we going backwards? Well, here are the facts. Because of COVID-19, women are going backwards in Africa in terms of gender equality. But guess what? Before COVID, we were at the forefront. We were bulldozing and moving forward. So now we need to get back to that momentum, and we need to keep pushing each other, encouraging each other. And I would like to encourage you all not to give up on your visions and your dreams. Lift up another woman wherever you are in your sphere of influence, because it's important. Now, I just want to share my story. And I've got a powerful story. Today, I am representing Zimbabwe in Southern Africa. If you don't know where that is, it's just above South Africa. Zimbabwe is a beautiful country. Unfortunately, at the moment, there are two areas that we need to equip and empower women. There's an increase in gender-based violence. And we all know that when there's an increase in gender-based violence, there's also an increase in ill health, HIV, AIDS. And the other area where we need to improve in Zimbabwe is that we need to make sure that we are instilling laws to protect women. I know in Africa, there's a lot of African countries that have joined treaties and they make promises. But the reality on the ground is that these laws are not being implemented to really protect women. In Africa, we've got politicians, women that have been imprisoned in Zimbabwe just for standing up for the rights of the people of Zimbabwe. So if you are a country representative in Zimbabwe in the government, this needs to change. Women, African women, we've got powerful voices and we need to be heard. Now, if you are a stakeholder and you're watching this and you're saying, Hazel, okay, gender equality is actually going backwards, what can we do? Here's what you can do. Well, we need to help women in terms of creating economic opportunities, creating jobs, paying women well. Women are underpaid in Africa. And the reality is that women, they're taking care of the household and they're still going to work and they're still being underpaid. Okay, we need to provide high quality education for our women. Thank you to Dr. Louisa, who's raising up mentors and a platform for women to be educated and mentored. Now, I'm speaking to the African women watching this live event. You need to educate yourself. No one's going to drag you by the hand and educate you. I went back to school in my 40s and I got a Bachelor of Business. And I'm here today speaking to you because I cannot speak to you unless I'm educated. I need to know what I'm talking about. I need to have the wisdom to be able to explain to you how to start a business and grow it and explode it, not from just hearing from somebody else and going on YouTube. You need to be educated. And when you get educated, you can equip and empower others. And the other thing that we can do to equip and empower women in Africa is by supporting strong families and increasing their access to health. Now, I've addressed these issues concerning promoting equality in Africa. I'm going to share my story. I started off in Zimbabwe, empowering women, running business workshops. How did I start that? I was driving in my Mercedes-Benz. I have to visualize it for you because a lot of people think that I started off with no money and I started off in a position where I had to grow myself. No, I started off from a position of wealth. And what happened was that I was driving past the marketplace and I saw women selling tomatoes for less than $1. And this was half a kg of tomatoes. And I began to weep and I was crying. And because I had an appointment with destiny, I saw my fellow sister lack the education, the know-how, how to run a profitable business. From that day, I decided I was going to do something about it. And that is when the greatest fulfillment in my life happened. You see, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not walking in your purpose, and if you don't feel the pain of your fellow sister struggling, then we have a problem. And you'll never achieve your purpose and your destiny if you don't follow your instincts. You know that thing that makes you feel, that pain you feel when you see a woman is unhealthy and you want to go and you thinking to yourself, I want to go and get a degree and go into nursing and help more women, have better health. And so that's that signal that says to you, that's your purpose, and go for it. And so from empowering women in Africa, I then started going into prisons. I do not only empower women, I also empower men. And actually this year I'll be doing more projects to empower men because I believe that we need a healthy household, empowered men, empowered women. Okay, back to my story. So I started going into prisons and ministering to men that they could be better fathers, that it was not over for them. And one testimony I have from that is that After I moved to Australia and I went back to Zimbabwe for a visit, one man came to me and said to me, Hazel, you don't know me, but you came to the prisons, you empowered me, you encouraged me, and I'm now a better father. And that brought tears to my eyes. So whatever you do in empowering women, whether it's in Africa and around the world, if one person can be equipped and empowered and you bring about change in their life, you've done something. Don't be discouraged. I love what the ladies have been sharing today, is that failure doesn't mean that it's over for you. You know, I'm an expert when it comes to marketing, branding, okay, empowering women. But I just didn't become an expert overnight. I had to run the race. And so along the way, I fell, I bruised my knees, and I watched the healing process. How does the healing process? I looked at my knees. It takes 3-4 days. I know how not to do it. So it's okay to fail. And you're an expert when you failed, and now you're doing it right. And so after going into the prisons, and by the way, it was scary. It was scary. I had to come out of my comfort zone. So you watching this program right now, this event, and you're saying to yourself, Hazel, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of traveling to Australia, to America. I'm afraid of putting myself out there. I liked what Dr. Nika said about putting yourself out there. But here's the reality, is that in order to be great, in order to become that global leader, we need to step out of our comfort zones. I always tell the story about Nike when their sales were plummeting and they didn't know what to do and they had to take a risk. What was the risk? They got into the endorsement of athletes. They decided to endorse Michael Jordan. And it was a risky situation. And guess what? It paid off. And that's why Nike actually associates their brands with athletes. They took a risk. So what risk are you going to take today? A simple risk could be, I'm investing in Dr. Louisa's mentorship program. I'm going to travel to the conference. Do you know that as I was growing as an entrepreneur, I mean, okay, it wasn't a business conference, but for me to increase my faith, I actually saved money and I went to the Juanita Bynum conference in America. And because we all know that you first have to work on your personal development before I could even start a business. So moving on from empowering men, from empowering women, and also empowering youth programs, it's a step-by-step process. Now, what happens is that when you're a leader in Africa, doors will begin to open for you globally. I then moved to Australia. I'm based in Australia, though I'm Zimbabwean. I came to Australia and it was hard because I had to start again. But leadership potential resides in all of us. I'll repeat again, once a leader, always a leader. Now, what did I have to do? I needed to put myself out there. Now, I'm a marketing and branding expert, and I'll give you these 5 tips on how you can put yourself out there. You need to network like a pro. How do you network? You got to start somewhere. You see events in your city. Let's just say you are moving to Rwanda or the United States of America and you want to network. Start off online, meet people, start going to events, go with your business cards, create value when you go and network. When we say create value, because once you create value for somebody else, then they will remember you for it. And then after networking like a pro, get a mentor or coach, because you can get there faster. And the reality is that I've invested in a lot of coaches in America. And if I tell you, I've spoken on platforms with Africa's first billionaire, Patrice Motsepe. I've interviewed celebrities, Mel Gibson, Charlie Sheen, Jewel Kilcher. I've been to the Netflix parties. I've met Quincy Jones, multi-Grammy Award winner. And I've also spoken and interviewed George Ross, the former advisor to Donald Trump. So the reality is that, ladies, we don't even know who on this platform could open a door for you. All these ladies that spoke, I run events. I invite speakers to speak at my events, global leaders, ladies that are in the offices of Dubai, global brand ambassadors. So you never know. One opportunity can change your life. So you're watching this event and we want to see next year you speaking, because yes, you can. Yes, you can. Invest in a mentor, invest in a coach, like I've said. Okay, so what else can you do? After investing in a coach or mentor, speak at events like this. Start somewhere, get interviewed for podcasts. And what you're doing is that you're building credibility. African women need to build global brands by investing in themselves and building a personal brand. Let me tell you what a personal brand will do for you. It will get you more clients. It will put you at the forefront of your competition. And yes, that's important because the first thing that people do is Google you online. And people will only do business with people that they trust. So trust comes from credibility. So where does credibility come from? Building a powerful brand. Now, I'll conclude with this because I know it's late and this event has been going on for 3 hours. I'm speaking to the African woman watching me right now. And you're saying, oh, wow, Hazel, I don't know if I can do it. Yes, you can. Listen to every speaker that has spoken. Write down those nuggets of wisdom that they've been talking about and take action. These are actionable steps that we have given you. It's not something that you listen to and then you just go back and sleep 24 hours a day. I want to let you know that if I can do it, you can do it. You have the power inside of you to become the leader that you were born to be. Thank you.
Wow, my sister, Dr. Hazel, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of the ladies. Oh my goodness, guys. I feel like I'm pregnant. I don't know what I'm going to give birth to though, because I'm taking in so much from every powerful leader who has been here. This has been amazing. It was such a great time to spend my Sunday, the African Women's Day. We just keep expanding. The media team, we're ready to go. And if you can just bring on the profile on the screen just quickly, we're going to, it would not be nice if I just let you go without telling you about the organization. It is Women Who Win Africa. So let me take this off just so that I don't get in the way of everyone. So Women Who Win Africa is really a platform that empowers the African woman to build her leadership capacity, and of course, drive meaningful change, become active political participators, and build legacies that outlive them. And what we're doing in Women Who Win Africa, we're focused on demystifying women in leadership. We have seen various narratives and why this is so important, because we don't want to remain in that box. We don't want to remain in the kitchen. We don't want to remain with the thought process of, I have to run for office before I can make change happen. And all of this has shown you, we've had authorities from different industries, different sectors, and are showing you how they are impacting lives and creating change. So in this organization, I'm going to make it pretty short. Media, sorry, I'm not going to go according to the slide. We'll do that in the Audacity conference. So if you want to learn more about us, please come to the Audacity conference. We are looking at leadership through 5 major lenses. And that's what we're going to be doing in the academy. Women in entrepreneurship, women in the C-suite level, that's corporate leadership, women in community advocacy, and that's community leadership, women in nation building and politics, and finally, women in international diplomacy and civility. So, of course, I am extending my hand to invite you to be part of what we're doing. We are happy to work with every woman, but what is most important for you to know is that you must be a woman who is in pursuit of your greater self, a woman who is not just comfortable being a mother, a sister, a wife. I'm not saying that's not important, but a woman who is more concerned with becoming a valuable contributor to the advancement of her community. That's who we are in a nutshell. So you see all these amazing things on the screen. I just kind of brought it down into tiny 3 sentences so that we can get you to go. But you can read a lot more about us on the website. And if you wanted to serve with us, there are opportunities for you to serve with us. Media, can we look at some of our leaders in the organization. It's important that we see that we have representation, like I told you, in over 40 countries, but we also do are serving with powerful women from different countries. We have Dr. Fina here, who is also a country director in South Africa. We have Edina from Kenya, and we have Patrice Maneng in Cameroon. We have Minister Iris Mary as well, and of course Karima in Morocco. I hope I didn't leave anybody out, so they're not going to beat me up. But we have all this amazing and wonderful women. We have a huge group of volunteers, over 200 volunteers in different parts of Africa. I have an amazing team. Richard, I just want to give you a shout out. Thank you so much. Mina, thank you so much. Mary Linder, thank you so much. McCann, thank you so much. The graphics guys, you're gonna agree with me, like the graphic designers are they're just too good. Yes, Charles, thank you so much. Radiant, thank you so much. John Obidi, thank you so much. Everyone that has worked on this project, I just want to let you know that I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you. Ambassador Praise, thank you. Gift, New Africa Amazon, thank you. I Changed Nation. All of this wouldn't have happened without all of you. King Clyde Rivers, I appreciate you. And all of you great speakers here from different parts of the country. Ambassador Chicas, the only reason you're not on the screen, it was because you're just recovering. So she's part of the team. Thank you so much, my sister. Thank you, Dr. Margaret. You are amazing, my sister from Gambia. She is part of us, and we have come a long way, so many years just doing this work every single day. I really want to appreciate all the women in Africa, all over the world. I love you all, and I cannot say that enough. I hope I have you heard me today. Well, next time I'm going to learn how to say I love you in different languages. So just in case you're not speaking English, you would know that I'm talking to you. But this sex people, this is the wrong place. Guys, please I'm sorry. I don't know what StreamYard is doing that all of these people are coming in. But thank you, Grace Kambuni, Shopeju. Thank you, everyone, Ellen, everyone that has been part of what we're doing, all of our projects. Ambassador Shirley Hills, thank you so much. And even if I haven't mentioned your name, you're joining for YouTube, you're joining from the different pages. I just want you to know that I sincerely appreciate you. And together, we will create the Africa that we're looking for. I cannot do it alone. These ladies cannot do it alone. We have to be able to work together. If there's a lesson that I got today, is collaboration is key. Collaboration is key. You can't do it alone. Listen, I don't care if your mommy had only you as a daughter, you have so many sisters. As for me, I have too many sisters, and I'm just fine, because wherever, if I was on a plane and they decided to land in another country, that's okay. I'll just go spend the night with Dr. Fina. That's fine, and then we continue the next day. I wouldn't have a problem with that. My sister Maisie, I love you. I celebrate you. Dr. Nike, thank you so much. All of the speakers that were here and left, I don't know who is Angie, but I celebrate you. ECOWAS Female Parliament, they are part of this. I celebrate you. I love you all. Thank you so much, all of the leadership in different countries. I really appreciate you. Guys, you're in for a ride. Please make sure that you register in the Audacity Conference. You don't want to be told. And not just register. Even if I wasn't the convener of this, listen, you need to be part of this network. You need to be part of this network. There's so many amazing ladies. Did you hear about the Shakara lashes? I'm not forgetting that. I'm not forgetting that. So I'm going for that right after, right after this session. Ladies, thank you. It's been an amazing couple of hours that we've been together. It just kind of went by so fast. I thank you for your patience. Karima, I love you. Thank you so much. Lady Denter, I appreciate you. Dr. Experience, I appreciate you. Everyone who was on this platform. Her Excellency, Salwer, the CEO of the Royal Office, we appreciate you. I know what was going on with the connections, and StreamYard, please don't be too disrespectful to the women next time. That is just so. You need to work on your platform or you get out of business, because if you're going to have to work with African women, then expand it, because we have sisters and we need to bring them in, right? So I promise you that the next event, which is our conference, is going to run a lot smoother. We are going to try on other platforms. I'm all about bringing the best experience. How many people had fun? Because I had an amazing time. Thank you. Please do us a favor and just kind of tweet about us. Take a screenshot, about these ladies and send them an inbox. I love you. I mean, love is not for sale. Just give it out, okay? Just tell them you appreciate them. You enjoyed listening to them. That's all we need to encourage us to make a difference. And all the awardees, thank you. Then those people that were nominated, if you didn't make it, I still love you. Something is coming to you in your mail. I appreciate every one of you. And thank you. Thank you, thank you. And we've come to the end of this. There are people who worked on the bios. Omotoya Spicy, I want to celebrate you. Pro Assistance, I want to celebrate you because that was wonderful. It made things flawless. I'm not sure who else I haven't called, but if I haven't, listen, don't beat me up. I'm going to make sure I do it in August. But I love you with all my heart. Thank you. My family, you are amazing. Without your support, I would not be able to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Co-op, thank you, all of the women organizations that have been partnering and working with us. We love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I had an amazing time. And as I leave you now, I would say, Sau Bona. Thank you. Have a great day. Goodbye.